are smothered by an historic flood. A flood that usually happens in spring.
I lost everything. I lost everything.
1 month later, a severe winter storm slams wide areas of the high plains, spreading deep snow, stranding people and livestock. A winter storm in spring. Then, in April and May, a severe tornado outbreak in the Central Plains spins up over 500 twisters, killing 13 people and flattening towns from Texas to Iowa. Extreme weather events just keep coming. More, bigger, more often. And the question at the top of everyone's mind, are these the real impacts of a warming planet?
This is more than an extreme weather story. This is a story about our food and our water systems. This is a story about our health, our economy, our buildings, our roads. This is a story about our sports, our tourism, our ways of life. And climate change is not this thing that's going to happen in the future and we need to just prepare for. It is happening right here and right now in communities across the country.
There is zero debate within the scientific community that the planet is warming. That's unequivocal. It can't be denied. The instrumental record gets really good at about 1950, and it gets even better after that when we put satellites into space and we can now make comprehensive measurements of the globe at a rapid frequency. And these are all telling us the same thing, that the planet is warming. It's warming from the top of the atmosphere to the bottom of the oceans.
But how do we know all of this for sure? All across the world, thousands of weather stations record temperature, rainfall, and wind. The results of this simple record keeping are straightforward. 2018 was Earth's fourth warmest year on record, after 2015, 2016, and 2017. 9 of the 10 warmest years since 1880 have occurred since 2005. 2019 is on track to be in the top 3 warmest years on record. What's more, the global climate is worth that heat.
Global warming is affecting different kinds of weather in different ways.
Something is going on with the weather. To Iowa. Extreme weather events just keep coming. More, bigger, more often. And the question at the top of everyone's mind, are these
The planet is warming. That's unequivocal. It can't be denied. The instrumental record gets really good at about 1950, and it gets even better after that when we put satellites into space and we can now make comprehensive measurements of the globe at a rapid frequency. And these are all telling us the same thing, that the planet is warming. It's warming from the top of the atmosphere to the bottom of the oceans.
But how do we know all of this for sure? All across the world, thousands of weather stations record temperature, rainfall, and wind. The results of this simple record keeping are straightforward. 2018 was Earth's fourth warmest year on record, after 2015, 2016, and 2017. 9 of the 10 warmest years since 1880 have occurred since 2005. 2019 is on track to be in the top 3 warmest years on record. What's more, the global climate is responding to all that heat.
Global warming is affecting different kinds of weather in different ways. The easiest one for everyone to understand is that you add more heat, you're going to have more heat. Temperatures are higher, heat waves are lasting longer, they are more intense, and we're seeing more of them. But some other ways that we're seeing our weather change is the increase in extreme amounts of rainfall. And this is happening around the globe. Even in places that are drying out, you have to look at our world as a water world. So when you take a world that is mainly water, you evaporate that water into the atmosphere, there's more of it to actually come down in these heavy rainfall events. And that is what we're seeing everywhere.
In 1859, Irish scientist John Tyndall discovered that carbon dioxide, methane, and water vapor all trap heat in the atmosphere. 40 years later, a Swede, Svante Arrhenius, predicted that carbon dioxide from fossil fuel combustion might boost that warming, and coined the term greenhouse effect. Tyndall and Arrhenius were right. Now the planet is warming, and for the reasons they discovered. However, what no one back then could predict is how atmospheric warming might change the way weather behaves. More than that, how it would force a shift in the global climate and change the weather, not just for today or tomorrow, but permanently.
You often hear people say, so what's the big deal? Climate has changed a lot in the past. Well, yeah, we know that because climate scientists have figured out how climate has changed in the past, and that's why we're so concerned, because the changes we're seeing are far outside of what we would consider natural variability. If we compare the future expected changes, right, we're talking over the next several decades of a few degrees Celsius, maybe 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Changes of that magnitude in the past have completely reorganized Earth's climate. So we're talking the difference between a deep ice age or a very warm greenhouse Earth, changes of this magnitude. And if we continue to put emissions into the atmosphere, we expect to exceed the changes that we've seen in the historic record and basically put us back to climates that were present when the dinosaurs were roaming the earth and there were crocodiles near the North Pole and that sort of thing. So, a couple of degrees Fahrenheit globally is a massive amount of climate change.
It sounds like an extreme future, but scientists base it in part on the record of how the climate has behaved in the past.
Before the mid-19th century, we can use what we call climate proxies to try to reconstruct what climate was like. Things like tree rings, things like ocean sediments, things like ice cores. From that record, we can rebuild climate patterns on the order of centuries ago to millions of years ago, and those are all telling us that we're in a period of unprecedented warming that can't be explained in any other way except through greenhouse gas emissions.
The growth rings of old trees report hot and cold, wet and dry periods going back hundreds of years. Ice cores, drilled from the bottoms of glaciers, contain bubbles of the atmosphere as it was hundreds of thousands of years ago. Ocean sediment cores push the climate record back even farther, to many millions of years. Forensic analysis of all these so-called paleoclimate models together tells the story of a climate that has changed naturally through time. Variations in the orbit of the Earth, sun cycles, volcanic eruptions, and other natural forces have all played a part in changing the climate. But there is one consistent common theme. When carbon dioxide levels have been lower, temperatures have been lower. When carbon dioxide levels have been higher, temperatures have been higher.
So going forward, what we can expect, unless we do get a handle on our emissions that we're putting into our atmosphere, is more extreme weather events, including heavy rain, including intense heat, and intensifying tropical systems. We're also going to expect rising seas at an increasing pace, melting ice from land ice, from glaciers, and our sea ice not reforming the way it has in the past. And one thing that people don't always think through is that these increases aren't going to happen in a bubble. These increases are going to happen at the same time.
Different kinds of extreme weather do seem to be happening all at once, on TV at least. But people who get hit by big floods, fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, and heat waves are not the only people being affected by warming and the changing climate. The climate is changing everywhere, all the time.
So to help people better understand the magnitude of the changes we're expecting, we created this Future Urban Climates Mapper. It's a web application that people can go to and look at any one of about 540 urban areas in North America to see how climate change is expected to impact these places. So people can go to this application, they can click on an urban area and see where the current climate is most similar to that urban area's future climate. So a great example is Washington, D.C. By 2080, Washington, D.C. is going to feel like a town in northern Mississippi that's called Greenwood, Mississippi. So the typical winter in Greenwood, Mississippi is about 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than D.C.'s winter is at present. That's about 5-6 degrees Celsius. And it'll be 75% wetter in winter in Washington, D.C. than it is now. So it's going to become more subtropical, in essence. Children living in Washington, D.C. today, if they continue to live here, they're going to live through a dramatic transformation of climate. They'll be telling their kids what climate was like, and their children aren't going to believe that it used to snow potentially in Washington, D.C.
Run the clock forward 60 years, and all the changes taking place now have added up. By 2080, weather in Miami will be more like southern Mexico. Minneapolis, St. Paul will be more like Nebraska. St. Louis and Denver will be more like northern Texas. The point is, the climate is already moving in these directions.
Climate change is affecting everyone here and now, just in different ways depending on where you live. In the West, droughts are getting worse. That's upping the risk for wildfires, and that is worsening air quality. What we're seeing in the middle of the country, intense heavy rain events, particularly the Midwest, where there's a huge uptick in these heavy rain events, which are wiping out crops for farmers and really interfering with the timing of planting crops and harvesting crops. Across the South, intense heat is getting more intense and it's lasting longer.
While extreme weather events increase in number and strength, and the growing heat breaks new records yearly, NASA, NOAA, and national agencies around the world are keeping a close watch. NASA has 16 satellites collecting long-term data on changes in ocean evaporation, atmospheric water vapor, clouds, sea and land ice, snow cover, and other aspects of the global climate. The growing evidence gives a good picture of what's happening on the planet. The world is getting warmer, and the climate is steadily changing.
The natural world is a really good place to look for these changes that are going on because a lot of aspects of the natural world are responding, whether it be on land and fresh water or in the oceans. And so what we're seeing is earlier greening in spring, early arrival and singing of birds, earlier first singing of frogs. We're seeing species shifting their geographic ranges to the north, so species that previously were limited to southern locations are slowly marching forward.
One of the biggest impacts from all the warming is on the plant world.
This represents these enormous, very visible shifts in our climate that are changing right in front of our eyes. This is a USDA map showing the ideal areas to plant certain crops, and they're color-coded. Now, the first image you see is 1990. I'm going to put it in motion here, and it'll jump to 2015. And look at this enormous shift in the areas where we ideally want to plant crops. All of that is based on temperatures and rising temperatures.
In just 25 years, there's been a major shift in where plants can survive and thrive. The heat is moving north, and the plants are moving with it. The question is, will they be able to adapt to such a rapid rate of change?
The real problem, I think, is related to our ability to grow food and extended drought. And maybe in places like Eastern North America that are predicted to become wetter, that's not going to be as big of an impact. But globally, large-scale drought is going to force people to migrate to new regions. That's going to destabilize regions, and we're going to have climate migrants. And I think that's probably one of the biggest near-term impacts. We focus on natural systems or things like that, but these impacts to societies are going to be very large, and they're going to ripple across the planet.
A record-breaking Japanese heat wave in May, temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Western Australia had its warmest January on record with temperatures topping 120. All across South America, heat records fell. The Atacama Desert, one of the driest places on Earth, flooded. The growing heat, stronger hurricanes, long droughts, flooding rains, intense heat waves, rising seas. Is this really our future? Unless the world can bring down greenhouse gas levels in the atmosphere, now at 415 parts per million, the overwhelming scientific evidence says, get ready for even more life-changing, extreme weather events.
My goal would be to take our efforts and expand them globally to do potentially thousands of urban areas across the planet on all of the continents where lots of people live, to try to get everyone across the planet better informed about why we're concerned.
One of the biggest things people can do is talk about climate change and ask questions so that they can understand that their actions have impacts. And the more you learn about the subject, the more you're going to understand how your personal actions are impacting our planet.
Okay. Day 3, 1, 2, 3. Can somebody say 1, 2, 3 in French for me? I spoke French on the platform this morning. Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you note that? I spoke French this morning, right? How many of you are not on the platform? Why are you not there? Are you in the room here? Okay. John, maybe you didn't register, right? You did. Okay. So back to what I was saying. French, 1, 2, 3, 4. On, do, cards. We have one of our participants from France. And he's so excited to be part of ISDS. I guess he's joining us for the first time. But without much ado, the three, I'd like to welcome the two people. They look like husband and wife. Just like yesterday, we have some couples, special couples, ISDS couples. We had one yesterday, and today is another one. We never disappoint, right? Have we ever disappointed you? No, never. Okay. Without much ado, I'd like to welcome Samuel Popola. Are you here? Please, a round of applause for him and Oluwa Dokpe Olatunji. Take your phone in hand.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I chose to hear the great night guests. All right. It's a great privilege to welcome us again to the day 3 of the 17th annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit. We thank the Almighty God for the success of the one, and we thank God again for what He did during the day 2 of the conference. And this morning, we are welcoming you to the grand finale and the day 3 of the 17th annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit. And so we'll be taking the recap of the day 2 activities this morning. I am Popola Olalekan Samuel by name. People call me POS, but I'm always out of service and unable to dispense cash. So I'm with me this morning. Okay. So the second day of the 17th annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit continued with the deliberations around the theme harnessing the new global order, Africa path to inclusive and multidimensional development beyond 2030. The meeting record shows that the day 2 began with a recap of the day 1 activities. Then we have a business forum and a major dialogue on sustainable and contextualized innovation. The day's discussions brought together participants from the University of Ibadan Center for Sustainable Development and individuals from other institutions, backgrounds, and area of practice. Unlike a pure theoretical discussion of sustainability, the day 2 proceedings connected sustainable development with entrepreneurship, indigenous resources, cognitive needs, technological innovations, research utilization, and institutional collaboration. The business forum most importantly provided practical examples of enterprise attempting to combine economic activities with other social and environmental objectives, while the dialogue also consider how Africa can strengthen its position in the changing global order by developing and contextualizing solutions.
Following the recap and reflections, we move into the business forum on sustainability and entrepreneurship. This was one of the practical highlights of the day because it moved sustainability beyond theory and allowed us to see how different entrepreneurs are incorporating sustainability, social impact, skills development, and community engagement into their businesses. The business forum featured 6 entrepreneurs whose businesses had participated in exhibitors during the conference.
Okay, this business exhibitors were Nahima Ifeoluwa Oyebola of Craft by 9, Oluwatofunmisin Babatunde of Your Treat Hut, Roots Babayonde Kauba of Garden in the Box Africa, Ewaoluwa Orowale of Mine Organization, Olanike Taufikat Lawal of Loquida Crafts, and Motunrayo Bethany Oripeloye of Bethany More Fashion. So we'll be giving you a brief and take you through the different enterprise of these exhibitors.
I will start with Craft by 9. It is an entrepreneurship hub that produces handmade shoes, bags, belts, and gift boxes using leather and other local materials. The business reported having more than 2,000 satisfied clients with nationwide delivery. Beyond production and sales, Craft by 9 also focuses on apprenticeship and skills transfer. At the time of the discussion, the enterprise had trained 2 apprentices and intended to train more people who were interested. Partnership with other brands and maintaining product quality were also identified as important aspects of the business.
Mine organization, that's the second organization, stands for mentoring assistance for youth entrepreneurships initiative. It is an indigenous non-profit organization headquartered in Oyo State and established in 2012. Its activities focus on youth development, literacy and education support, work and life skills preparedness, as well as civic and community engagement. The organization reported that it had impacted over 25,000 adolescents and young people nationwide and received special consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council.
Okay, moving on. I move to the Garden in a Box Africa. This organization responds to some of the challenges affecting food production, including climate change conditions, irregular rainfall, farm encroachment, access to land, and conflict. Its approach is to support households in cultivating and consuming local crops and readily available vegetables. The organization also advocates for policies that would encourage the integration of food gardens into residential and commercial buildings, schools, and communities.
Threatening more fashion. Threatening more fashion emerged from the founder's experience of using fashion designing to finance her tertiary education during a period of financial difficulty. That personal experience later influenced the development of a model focused on mentoring young people from low-income and underserved communities through vocational skills acquisition. The organization provides training in areas such as fashion designing, wig making, and other crafts through full or partial scholarship. It also incorporates socio-emotional mentorship. The work of Bethany More Fashion was linked to several sustainable development goals, including no poverty, decent work and economic growth, quality education, gender equality, and partnership for the goals.
I have here with me Liquida Craft. Liquida Craft is a coconut and woodwork craft that uses coconut and its shell as major production materials. Its products include coconut bowls, pendants, and key holders. The enterprise was presented as an example of sustainability and circular economy because it makes productive use of an indigenous material. The founder explained that the business developed from practical learning during an ASU strike period. She initially learned how to produce coconut oil at home and later expanded those skills into other coconut-based products.
The last enterprise yesterday was your treat hut. Your treat hut is a snack plant producing products such as plantain chips, chin and other snacks. Although the business operates in Ibadan, it supplies products and services beyond its immediate location. During the discussion, the possibility of expanding its product to meet the nutritional requirements of people with health-related dietary needs was raised. This brought in the important issue of inclusion and how businesses can respond to the needs of different categories of consumers. So yesterday we had a very rich conversation, especially on the business and exhibition section. And you will agree with me that it was an interesting and engaging one. Am I correct? All right. So at this moment, we will take a pause and we'd like to get feedback and tell us what stood out for you during the business and exhibition section yesterday. Tell us one thing that stood out for you, especially as regards to the theme of the 17th Annual Sustainable Development Summit, and most importantly, achieving the Agenda 2020 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Please, we need you to raise up your hand or we bring the mic to you. I know it was a fun and interesting and engaging moment yesterday where we had to ask them several questions, where they have to tell us what they do, where one of the exhibitors was even telling us how ASU Strike forced her to start her business, right? I think that should be a challenge. Okay, I'm seeing hands there. Thank you.
Yes, that business forum for me was really good. I gained so much and it even inspired me because it showed that people are now really looking around them for things that things around us that we can even turn into products that can earn us money. You know, the coconut ladies company was the one that really, you know, shocked me, because I never even thought that you can use those coconut shells to do all those beautiful things. Even yesterday, I got myself one necklace that she made the map of Africa with that coconut shell. So for me, that was really unique. Picking things around us to develop products for business. And then the other one that has to do with agriculture, the one that has to do with vegetables, that was really, for me, a very smart one, because she mentioned something that was very, very important, that most of the things that we eat now, they are so loaded with herbicides and all sorts of chemicals. And if we can get support for those kind of things and plant them in our homes, honestly, for me, it is a very good one. So those were the key things for me yesterday.
I would please appreciate that. I think that's a big deal for her. And I think personally, okay, ma, thank you, ma.
Yesterday, I was extremely happy because those guys, instead of them to be looking for job there and there, it is a lesson for our young school leavers to do something. Instead of looking for government job or private job, you see, they are on their own. And yesterday, all those materials are very, very impressive.
Thank you very much, ma. Okay.
Good morning, all. I want to Daniel. Yes, you know, listening to them yesterday, someone was talking about partnership. And I know I've started visiting those stands, but yesterday I had to take more time to visit other people. I know Mayhem very, very well because I also run a non-governmental organization. But I'm getting there, one thing that stood out for me, you know, some of the Ankara jewelry they produce, Brittany Moore also take it up to sew them. You know, that's a partnership that one should be looking out for, because they produce, they train, but she took it up, can sew them. So that's a good partnership. And I believe right here, by now, I believe people should have at least network, and you can see what you can pick from people. From these other garden in a box, you can partner with them too and see what they do, because I've been looking at opportunities of what one can do. She mentioned is in a box, but they also sell some of those things depending on the particular one you want. So partnership make people to go far. You know, there's this say that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with people. And I've seen that work here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. That's a big one. I think from my hand, one of the things that I kept thinking of is the fact that I'm glad we still have youths that are not just intentional about making profits or making money, but they are also intentional about incorporating sustainability in their business. And that's a big deal. We have generations of people that they just want to make money by all costs. But yes, we are having exhibitors that want to don't just make money, but they want to make sustainable money, and they also want to make impact. They also want to harness this new global order. And so, please, for everyone here, I beseech you, therefore, this is the last day of the summit. Don't just network, but create a sustainable partnership. So don't just greet for greeting's sake. Get contact so that you can always follow up, because you never can tell. The next person you are collecting his or her contacts can be the contact person, especially somewhere. So please, intentional networking and partnership is very important. Now let's continue with the recap.
So we moved to the major dialogue titled Sustainable and Contextualized Innovation, Pathway to Africa's Relevance in the New Global Order. The session was chaired by Emeritus Professor Lai Egunjobi. It featured Dr. KK Raji as the special guest of honor, with Dr. Adebimpe Aderomu and Dr. Olufemi Atumbi as speakers. Why Oba Reverend Ademola Olupele Folakomi served as the royal father of the session. The session began by connecting sustainable solutions with the need to address critical development gaps. It also emphasized the relationship between sustainable development practice and institutional innovation. The role of the ISDS platform was highlighted in creating a nexus among research, policy, and practice. One of the strongest messages from the session was the need for Africa to move from being mainly a consumer and importer of technology to becoming a creator, adapter, owner, and exporter of solutions. The idea was not that Africa should reject technology developed elsewhere. Rather, the emphasis was on taking what is useful, adapting it to African realities, developing local capacity, and ensuring that Africans have ownership of the solutions we depend on.
Now, during this section, there was a call for decolonization of education and for research to be more strongly contextualized around our African realities, while still recognizing that external knowledge can be useful. The discussion identifies several principles of contextualized innovation, and which are we need to identify local felt need and niches. We also need to improve and complement local knowledge and practices. We need to increase local control. We should make selective and purposeful use of external resources. And importantly, the benefits generated by innovation should be retained within the local area. Strategic networking and partnership were also identified as important tools for enabling Africans to contribute meaningfully to the emerging global leader. So for this section, we also need to take feedback and tell us one of the things that stood out for you during this section. Just one person, because of our time. Just one person, please. It was a very robust and engaging section yesterday. So we just want to take one feedback so that we are sure that ISDS is not just a summit, but a sustainable one. So we know that even after the summit, once you still remember some of this conversation, you know that there's a lot to do, especially when it comes to our country and the Africa at large. Do you have anybody? Okay. I think, please keep it short and simple. Thank you.
He took his session for that long, so how do I keep it short? Okay, good morning, everyone. For me, I think his session actually created this awareness to deconstruct what I think I know and give me an open mind for more learnings. And also, this is a place where you are sure that with what you have learned and what you are going to take home, there is a possibility for you to start creating, even if it's an induced form of engagement or employment. So for me, that actually stood out yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, so that's a testament that yesterday's conversation on contextualizing the innovation is actually a robust one. And now moving to the recognition of Dr. Kazeem Kolawole-Raji. The program featured the presentation of an award to Dr. Kazeem Kolawole-Raji, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Board for Technology Incubation. The recognition was for his contributions to sustainable development, innovation, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development. His professional background was also acknowledged, particularly his experience in technology, telecommunications, innovation, incubation, and public sector strategy. In the acceptance remarks delivered on his behalf, appreciation was expressed to the organizers for the recognition. It was also stated that TIC Ibadan was ready and willing to collaborate with the Center for Sustainable Development in areas of mutual interest, particularly innovation, entrepreneurship, development, capacity building, technology transfer, and sustainable solution for communities in Oyo State and Nigeria at large.
In the closing remarks, Dr. Raji reflected on his career progression, beginning from teacher training and advancing through higher education and professional development. One important message from the closing remarks was the importance of continuous learning and development. The discussion returned once again to the issue of research utilization. Attention was drawn to the large volume of student and staff research produced within Nigerian university and the concern that many of these findings remain underutilized.
Following the lunch break, the program moved into the afternoon technical section. The report identifies Dr. Said Ojolowo, Dr. Bolaji Balogun, and Dr. Adebisi as the chairs of those technical sections. The sessions were divided into 3 halls, which with each of the 3 identified persons chairing a hall. The participants then presented their papers over a period of approximately 2 hours. So before we conclude, you will agree with me that yesterday was also a great one. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
And a lot of things have stood out for us, starting from day 1 and day 2. So if we start giving everybody mic, definitely it will be another section on its own. So we'll not do that because of our time. But one thing that is important for us today, even as we begin today's session, is the fact that if yesterday was, if the first day was great, yesterday was greater, definitely today will be far greater, right? So please, don't be distracted, stay tuned, and be sure that you are getting value for coming here.
So thank you very much, everyone. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the summer. Thank you.
You are the back. Can you move forward? Forward and back. For those of you who are around day 1, who get the first next meeting,
and he's here this morning to share the keynote speaker, the keynote presentation. Actually, the second one, it was intended to be the third one, but we had a change in our program, and the second and the last keynote address. Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olaide, the indefatigable chairman of the local organizing committee of this now an annual pilgrimage of the Center for Sustainable Development that has held continuously for 17 years, you know, uninterrupted. Over those 17 years, the summit has produced very useful outcomes that have contributed to shaping policies at the local and the national level, even at the international level. We have brought distinguished personnel to the center to share their experiences in governance, in business, in the academia, in all walks of life. And our participants have benefited tremendously from the summit. And you would agree with me that this year is not different. In fact, if anything, it's a great improvement of what we have had in recent times. So I want to commend the chairman and the organizers of the summit for this wonderful performance. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
On our program this morning, we have had the recap of yesterday, and we just had a documentary. So between now and next 1 hour, we'll be taking the second keynote address that was supposed to be the third. Well, for some reasons, that is still the second one. I already have with me. I know, let's see, let him be around. Is there? Yes. Okay, so we already have in our midst the erudite scholar, distinguished professor, who will be delivering the keynote address of today. I invite to the high table Professor Emmanuel Remy Ayede. You are welcome. Thank you very much for honoring us with your distinguished presence. I think we should just get started. My LOC chair just hijacked me some 30 minutes ago and said you are going to read the citation on the and who am I to decline an assignment from my boss? So, standing before us is Emmanuel Remy Ayede. He is a professor of political institutions, governance, and public policy at the University of Ibadan. an extraordinary professor at the School of Public Management and Administration, University of Victoria. He is also a fellow of the Pan-African Scientific Research Council. Previously served as the research and policy uptake lead at the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, Nairobi, from July to December 2023. I will start for this one. Professor Ayede has held several key administrative positions. Some of these include head of the Department of Political Science, sub-dean of the Faculty of the Social Sciences, and coordinator of the Leadership and Governance Program at the Center for Sustainable Development, University of Ibadan. You will see that he's the flesh of our flesh and the bone of our bone. He's one of the pioneers of this center. Prof, we appreciate you. He has been a visiting scholar. He is not just useful locally. He's a man of both home and abroad. Listen to this. He has been a visiting scholar at institutions such as the Trans-Regional Center for Democratic Studies at New School University in New York, the Electoral Institute in Abuja, the United States Institute at the University of Delaware, New York, as in US, and a fellow at the Development Policy Center. In recognition of his contributions, he was awarded a medal for outstanding research in development in year 2003. Additionally, he currently serves on the editorial board of the Nigerian Tribune. He is an analyst for Yega Africa and the channel's television's program on election results analysis, the electronic dashboard, and is the regional editor, Africa, for Roundtable Commonwealth Journal of International Affairs and Public Policy. Professor Ayede is also a member of the advisory board of the SPMA, the Governance Hub Africa, and the Graduate Research Clinic. His research focuses on public policy, institutional reforms, and democratic institution building, with a strong emphasis on governance and policy capacity development in Africa. He has collaborated with PASGR to improve pedagogy in higher education and contributed to curriculum design for advanced public policy programs across African universities. Professor Ayede's recent publications include Public Policy and Research in Africa, that was jointly published in 2023, and Governance and the Resilience of Cities in Africa, published in African Journal of Sustainable Development in 2024. His work has also appeared in Volunteers, International Journal of Voluntary and Non-Profit Organizations, International Political Science Review, and Development Practice, among others. For this kind of professor, if you want to be reading his achievement and his contributions to development, you will take the whole day. So I want you to invite you to join me to welcome to the podium a thoroughbred academic, a promoter of good governance, an advocate of sustainable development, a lover of humanity, and a strong pillar of support for our beloved Center for Sustainable Development. Prof, I welcome you to the podium.
Thank you, Professor Jima, for these very kind words. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here and to address this conference on the theme, Harnessing New Global Order, Africa's Path to Inclusive and Multidimensional Development Beyond 2030. Now, I'm going to share my reflection on the basis of my teaching, research, and outreach activities. So, distinguished colleagues, policymakers, development practitioners, and esteemed guests, I stand before you today with a statement of confession that for decades I've studied governance, public policy, and institutional reform across our continent. And I've also participated in countless conferences, contributed to numerous documents, vision documents, government documents, and development strategies. But there's an increasingly present paradox on our continent that we need to point out. This is the fact that Africa possesses the most ambitious development framework in the world, if you look at Agenda 2063. And we have the largest free trade area by number of participating countries, the Africa Free Trade Zone. And we hold over 40% of global reserves of minerals essential for the energy transition. We have the youngest population with a democratic dividend that other regions can only envy. Yet, as we look beyond 2030, we find ourselves perpetually chasing a future that seems to recede with every new vision statement. And the question is why? Why are we in this situation? Why are we faced with such a paradox? And the answer I will tell you today, which is uncomfortable but necessary, is that Africa does not lack resources, plans, or global leverage. But the real problem is the chronic weakness of our state's institutions, especially the executive branch. And we also lack the coordinating capacity to translate grand visions and ideas into tangible infrastructure, industrial policy, and public goods. And the New World Order does not require Africa to write new visions. In fact, what it requires us to do is to address this implementation paradox. And this is the core of the argument I wish to advance today. That in a fragmented, competitive world, where no one is coming to save us, Africa's only viable path to multidimensional development is to treat state delivery capacity as our most urgent strategic assets. And we'll come to see this very clearly as I proceed with my arguments. And I will also illustrate with ongoing experiences with the Nigerian state. But before we do that, let's look at what the new global order looks like and what it offers Africa. Now, the multilateral order that many of us studied, critiqued, and sought to reform is fracturing before our very eyes. I'm sure a few months ago, the staff club of the University of Ibadan, the senior staff club, asked me to talk to them about what happened in the United States when they went to Hugo Chavez's country to pick the president. Venezuela, when they went to Venezuela, and to ask whether the new world order has been shattered. And the argument we are making here is that that is only a symptom of the change in the multilateral order. And it is particularly very significant because the United States, which is the architect of the world order that was established after the Second World War, is the one leading the effort to disrupt and completely destroy that order. As the UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres has observed, the global system is designed without Africa and still largely operates without it, perpetuating grievances dating back to the century. In other words, one would have thought that we have lost nothing, by the collapse of that world system. But what we see is that Western-dominated world order, which is changing, which is transforming, pose new challenges to Africa. And so if you look at what sustained it, which we also don't think Africa benefited significantly from, is that Western-dominated world order is giving way to a multipolar world economy with no single country able to dictate the global agenda. So economic decisions under that world order was guided by market logic, what we Africans like to talk about, neoliberalism. And now, what is driving powers, global powers, in their decision is the concern about security, concerns about strategic rivalry, and competition over critical resources. Now you hear them talk about rare earth minerals. So for Africa, this is not merely an external phenomenon. It is a stress test for our institutions. Now, if we have challenges dealing with the situation under the old world order, what are the new challenges that we face, and how ready our institutions for dealing with them? Now, let's first of all look at this unfolding situation. The first is that development assistance is declining. Trump collapsed the USA. And if you work in the humanitarian sector, you know that budgets have started, in fact, have significantly contracted. And many things that we were able to do before, we are not able to do confidently. I work very closely with Yaga Africa, and we run these many programs, including the election analysis dashboard channels. I can tell you that the funds available for such programs have shrunk significantly. And what we now do is to bring many organizations together to participate in delivering an event in which we lead our own initiative, others lead their own. So now we all come under the European Union funding, and then we collaborate to do the same thing. So with far less funding. And so we are in a situation where there's a decline in development assistance. And so African government and businesses need to deepen regional trade and build greater financial self-reliance, including the humanitarian organizations, especially civil society within Africa, that often depends on aid flows, whether we like it or not, because we did not consider us at all when they took those decisions. We are not significant. And so the second one is that we are faced with competition for our resources. We have the highest natural gas reserve of approximately 18 trillion cubic meters, which then means that Africa is the heart of the drive for sustainable energy for the future. And our critical minerals are very essential. So this competition appears to give us leverage in terms of how we negotiate with multiple. If you are a female, you have multiple suitors. If you are not careful, you may end up with the worst. You understand? And then you start thinking later. I had this, I had this, I had that. I made a mistake. So we don't want that kind of situation. So our critical minerals are essential. There's competition that offers leverage, but we must know that these are still new forms of extraction. Now, that's why some people have asked, is there a second scramble for Africa? And so if you don't organize yourself, if your institutions are not strong, how do you engage and take advantage of the leverage that you have? So you need a smart government. You need institutions with people who can do the right thing, who have both the scientific knowledge and the capacity to be able to deal with that. So that's one challenge. Then the second one is really that, if you are, of course, many of us are in the sustainable development sector. And if you're also in the development in practice ecosystem, you also know that the industrial strategy that saw the transformation of the Asian tigers, we used to call them, including China, is often what we describe as export-led, labor-intensive growth. Now, with the revolution in technology, that strategy is not likely to work for us in the future. This is because we don't have the opportunity for those kinds of models. With AI, with new technological breakthroughs, we have the opportunity to leapfrog using those technology rather than going back to that strategy. The good thing about that strategy is that because it is labor intensive, you now have millions of people being removed out of poverty with that kind of strategy. Now, we don't have the opportunity to be able to leapfrog that again. With AI and all of that, the chances are that unemployment is likely to be very high if we don't think very carefully about how to deal with the current innovations that we are experiencing. Now, here is the central observation. These pressures are not simply external constraints, they are stress tests for our domestic governance system. So if African states struggle to prepare bankable infrastructure projects, if they cannot harmonize custom procedures across borders, and if they increasingly find it difficult to enforce contracts with investors, how will they be able to negotiate the complexities of geopolitical relationship unfolding in this post-neoliberal world order? So there are opportunities, but there are also challenges. The question is, how do we make use of the opportunities while rising up to the challenges that come with the emerging global order? Now, this brings me to a critical conceptual shift that Africa must transition from a paradigm of financing development to one of structuring development. In other words, previously, we are always thinking, okay, we have development issue, but there's no money. How do we raise money to be able to do that? We are saying that under the current global order, foreign direct investment has to be attracted. It does not have to be based on the culture of the previous world order, where aid is at the center of interaction between Africa and the developed world. What we are saying is that our development discourse must go beyond questions of finance, because experience has shown that it is not just a matter of finance, that if we want to deal with finance, we must look beyond the question of finance, because so many things are connected to the problem of finance, including industrialization, climate adaptation, and even social protection. So the question that we need to ask is not how much money is available, but can we even spend our money effectively? Now, if you are in Nigeria, I don't think you find it difficult to agree with me, especially with the ongoing debate about the budget. We don't have money, we take loan, and then look at the budget, the kind of things you find here. You ask, are we really serious? So it is not the money that is the problem. I mean, you can just follow the debate. Even ignore the fake ministry that we are talking about. Just look at what are they spending money for. You say you put billions to support churches. Was it in any manifesto? Was there any engagement with people that suggests that budget of the federal government should be passed through churches? or you take money. You say you want to marry young couples, 1,000 of them. Government will fund the marriage, the wedding, and give them tokens. And then you ask yourself, in fact, only yesterday, I think they announced that the stolen money that is recovered will be put into education. And you ask yourself, really? So we have this problem of not being able to even utilize the resources that comes, whether from loan or from aid or from ad-end revenue. And that, for me, is the crux of the matter. In fact, the evidence is very sobering. Billions committed to climate and infrastructural funds remain undisbursed. Go and find out they are still operating the monies earmarked for the 2024 budget in 2026. They've not, it's in the media. They've not been able to utilize the funds of 2024, not to talk of releasing the funds of 2025, 2026. And so they tell us they are running 3 budgets at the same time. So you are running 2024 budget, you are running 2025 budget, you are running, so what is the point making budget annually? If 2024 budget is actually a budget for 2 or 3 years. So there's a serious problem of state capacity. And most of the time, we don't talk about it. Because sometimes we are so used to non-performance that it no longer matters. I was talking to one of my students yesterday, and he said, at least, Chima Kinde is doing very well. I said, really? I said, do you know how much he has earned since he became governor? So what has he done? He said he has done roads. I said, the roads that Ajimobi did, for which he's only put in a second tap, so that it will be durable. Is that what you're now saying he has done? I said, what are we talking about? Because if we want to talk about performance, there must be clear criteria for performance. Is that what he even told us when he was going to be governor? That he's going to add one layer of asphalt to Ajimobi's road to claim that I'm not saying he has not done, it is not necessary to be done. It's something that is good because it will make the road last longer and then the road looks more easy to drive on. I say, but that's just optics. It's so insignificant when you look at the revenue that has come to the state as a result of the removal of oil subsidy. So you ask, what is the money? Where has the money gone? Then the next thing, you want to expend that money in presidential ambition. I mean, we can subject that to a debate, and we can ask the question, where did he get the money to pursue a presidential for? Well, we do not have a financing gap alone. We have a project preparation and execution gap. Now, move a little bit outside of job and tell me what quality road you will find in Ibadan. Yes. So we ask all of those questions, and we are so used to lack of capacity that we now think it is normal. And if we normalize poor state capacity, we ain't going nowhere in the next 50 years. It is not a cause. Because every country in the world that has developed has what we call a developmental state, a state that can, because the state decides most of the things in our lives, whether we like it or not. The world, human beings are organized according to states, and it is the state that makes things happen or not happen. And the state that has no capacity is the worst thing that can happen to any people. So the 2026 Sustainable Development Report emphasized that accelerating progress requires moving beyond incremental change towards scale-up investment, innovation, and strong regional cooperation. But scale-up investment requires scale-up institutional capacity. This means that first, we must build continental and national capacity for project preparation. We cannot simply seek money or capital. We must develop the machinery to prepare bankable projects. projects that attract investments, projects that are competitive, projects that can be executed. So the African Union's effort to establish a platform for project preparation deserve our full support. Second, we must strengthen domestic resource mobilization. African pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, banking institutions are growing steadily. The emergence of indigenous industrial capital, exactly as exemplified by the Dangote refinery, shows that it's possible for us to do it. Indeed, if you look at that refinery, there's nothing compared to it in terms of Africa's entrepreneurial capacity or even capacity to develop complex organizations, not even government. And I can challenge anybody to point to any other organization that, because somebody one pastor was joking. I think it was Apostle Suleiman. He saw these pastors, they are making out, they have this, they've done this, they built on this. He said they'll be talking some millions of dollars. He said that refinery alone is $20 billion. What is the size of the Nigerian economy? Do you understand? So the capacity to organize, to run organization, complex organization effectively is the greatest challenge of Africa. I mean, you don't need to go anywhere. Go enter the University of Ibadan campus, look at the hostels, just look at the environment. You will know that there's a shortage of organizational capacity. And if you have gone to classrooms before and you see this classroom, you know we have serious problems with infrastructure. So don't deceive yourself and look at where we are and think that that's the best possible. We have those serious capacity gaps, and I always say charity begins at home. We must rethink our circumstances and see how it is done elsewhere. And that's why when I travel out, I don't relax and enjoy. I look at the good things there and appreciate those who did it and think about what I can do back here. And that's why I did not even care to relocate. It has not occurred to me, because the first thing that when I went to New York in the year 2000, and I realized that when I look forward, I can't see the sky where I was living in Manhattan, that I have to turn like this to see the sky, because everything is 20 stories and above. What occurred to me was, how these people they build this place like this? And when I got to the school, when they told me, how did you find it? Because it was very overwhelming. I mean, coming from Ibadan in 2000. And I said, everything was overwhelming, because you literally, it has psychological effect. I mean, you can't look straight and see somebody. Everything is like war. They are so tall. And then the guy said, no, your phobias have done very great things for you. In other words, I recognize the fact that this is not my property, this is not my country, this is not our country. And if we want our children to live like this, we build our own. That's what they did in Dubai. That's what they did. It's not by going to buy a house in Dubai. It's not by buying a house in London. It's not by going on holidays in those places. They came back and built their society. And it is through the instrumentality of the state. So capacity is very important, especially executive capacity. So my research in public policy and institutional reform has continuously demonstrated that effective institutions are critical variable in development outcomes. But we must be specific. It is not institutions in general that are weak. It is the executive capacity of the state. What do I mean by executive capacity? I mean the ability of the state to translate vision into actionable policy, to coordinate across ministries, agencies, and levels of government. The capacity of the state to enforce regulations and contract consistently, deliver public services efficiently, and adapt to changing circumstances through learning and reform. So the 2026 High-Level Political Forum emphasized that many development challenges persist, not because of weak policy, but because of fragmented institutions, overlapping mandates, and insufficient coordination across sectors and levels of government. Consider the implication for multidimensional development, inclusive and multidimensional development, the theme of this conference. We want to make progress simultaneously across health, education, infrastructure, energy, agriculture, and governance. This is not a linear process. This requires the state to manage complex interactions across sectors. A health system that depends on energy infrastructure for power, educational outcomes on nutrition programs, industrialization depends on transport corridors. So things are connected, they are interconnected. And for you to be able to vision that connection in planning, in execution, in any form of intervention, is actually what we are talking about. So you can't deliver a multidimensional development with a unidimensional state apparatus. Our states are tribes in silos. Ministries of health do not coordinate with Ministry of Energy. Trade ministries do not consult agricultural ministries. National government do not align with regional bodies. In fact, now, especially when we have a federal system, there's always tension between the federal government and the state government. Yet, they are all our governments. It's so tragic for somebody like me who studied political science to see that Osun State and Oyo State, even when they started the initiative of constructing that Ibadan expressway, they couldn't finish it. They couldn't collaborate. In fact, it's also a tragedy that when they were running Lautech, they couldn't collaborate to run a university. Meanwhile, federalism is not about conflict. It's about collaboration, cooperation. But what our governors tell us is how they are always fighting federal government. If they cannot produce electricity, they say it's because it is in the exclusive list. And I tell people, they say, if they don't decentralize, it will not happen. I say, this thing, we study government, it's a lie. That even if it's in the hand of the federal government, if you want to act in that sector, all you need to do is, Mr. Federal Government, we don't have good electricity here. We want to do something about it. And it's okay, what do you want to do? Okay, go ahead and do it. It's as simple as that. But no, they will tell us until you decentralize, until you restructure. And many people in the newspaper say that Nigeria must be restructured. If there's no restructuring, nothing will work. Well, restructuring how? Politicians are telling you things that will distract you from the fact that they are not accountable. They are using your money for things that they are not supposed to be used for. You are the one now mounting, you are now their megaphone. The day Nigerians become suspicious of politicians, that's when liberation will begin. When, whether the politician is your brother or your relative, you can ask the question, what are you doing with our money? But you don't go there and you are thinking, if I have a main chance and I'm appointed, I get my own. If you think like that, you will get your own, but you will suffer with your own. You will die suffering too. After all, at the end of the day, even a gubernatorial candidate's relative was kidnapped. Senators have died. When one member of the House of Representatives was kidnapped and killed, a senator went to the morning ceremony, they were also kidnapped and killed. So there's no guarantee. That's why we say state capacity. That's what we are talking about. And the fundamental service that a state delivers is security. So if we have states that don't have capacity to run a state to deliver basic services, whether you are a billionaire or not, everybody suffers. That's why many of them have become victims of the system that they claim to be running. So we must go beyond silos. We must go beyond what we call institutional congestion. Too many mandates, too little coordination, too many vision documents, too few delivery units, too many international partners, too few coherent national strategies. Now, there are many beautiful papers that you find developed at the AU level. Our people go there to deliver those things. They will sign to all those agreements, but they will do less than 0.5% of what is required. And you think we are serious-minded. Now we started the Africa Free Trade Area, which, is supposed to represent a market of 1.5 billion consumers, combining Africa's GDP of 3.4 trillion. But look at intra-African trade, it's still less than 7% of total exports in Africa. So we find that this ambitious project will succeed or fail, not on the basis of tariff reduction, but on the basis of state capacity. Why? Because the success of the free trade area depends on harmonized custom procedures across 54 countries. When do you think that will happen? That we will harmonize custom procedures across 54 African countries. In fact, traveling across African countries has not been harmonized. In fact, we have not even started. One of the leading countries of the free trade area have their people mobilizing and say, go back to your country. And I look back at them and I remember Ghana in 1950s, Nigeria in the 1980s. That this is the foolishness that we did that time. They are just beginning to learn that you can drive all the foreigners away. It doesn't solve our problem. You think Nigerians will have problem now and they will say foreigners must go? Nobody says that now. In fact, we have graduated from foreigners. We're now looking at each other as if we are the one causing one another's problems. So if there's problem in Lagos, it must be the Igbos that are causing it. It's the same foolish thought. Yet we are talking about policy, we are talking about state capacity. To what extent are our population even prepared to manage a modern economy? That's actually what we're asking indirectly. So, in other words, if we want to measure achievement, take for instance the African Free Trade Area, what we should be looking at will be the number of regional regulatory harmonization task forces that are actually meeting and passing Biden protocols. The reduction in average border crossing times for trucks, the percentage of after area dispute resolution cases and cases that are resolved within agreed timelines, and the increase in intra-African trade on processed goods, not just raw materials. These are the indicators that we are actually succeeding in this area. And as I said, you can't do all of this without focusing on the human capital dimension. Because without people who are trained and equipped, you can't gain what we call the demographic dividend. Because we say Africa is the youngest continent with approximately 45% of our population of school age. So our future will be determined not by how many children we enroll in schools, but by what they learn, who teaches them, and whether education really equips them to create more productive, prosperous, and democratic continent. Now, if you have, don't know, some of you must have taught in secondary schools. And I'm not saying secondary school in Gusau or in Zamfara. Go to some secondary schools in Ibadan. Go to Oyo. I've had students who have come back to tell me that the problem is that you have students who have missed the preparatory opportunity for SS1 to SS3, or they are in SS1 to SS3, and you can't communicate with them. Now, if you're a teacher and you have students that you can't communicate with, so how do you teach them? Go to some secondary school, entire set, nobody will score 3 credits in WAEC. Go and find out. I'm not saying in Gusau, you can imagine it's bad there in those places, far worse. But I'm saying in Oyo State. Go and find out. Now, we are lucky, you know, our children go to ISI, Lyford, Orita Mefa, Baptist. Yeah, those are not the schools we are talking about. We can name a few of them. You know, they kidnapped, really. Go and find out the quality of education in all of those areas. So you know exactly what we are talking about. In fact, there have been findings that some people have finished secondary school, but the quality of the competency they have is less than that of primary 6. So when we are talking about all of this, and the politicians have told us many, many years, and this is also, and we are used to listening to them, and so they say, it is not the responsibility of government to fund this. Government cannot do it alone. And so all of us, if you are praying, let me have some money, so that I can send my child to ISI, send my child to, if he cannot go enter you, I send him to Covenant. So what is then government, what does government exist for? To give money, politicians money to spend as they like. So many of us, rather than challenging government to do what they are supposed to do, when ASU was going on strike and saying education must be funded, these people are saying, now your education. Why are you concerned about secondary school? Why are you concerned about students? If our students were challenging ASU every time on strike, the university calendar has been baptized. And some people now say, focus on your welfare, get good money, and move on. These politicians are just not ready. And the population you are fighting for don't understand what you are fighting for. And so we cannot talk about state capacity when we have a huge population that are uneducated. Not that they do not have secondary school certificate, but secondary certificates barely measure up to first school living certificates of primary 6. And now we have private universities mushrooming all over the place, where one lecturer will be teaching 15 courses. And we say we are running universities. So it is important that this capacity deficit, ambitious educational policies, but lack of administrative capacity to implement them. Teacher training programs are underfunded, curriculum reforms stall, ministries lack the expertise to develop and assess new material, digital infrastructure remain inadequate because procurement policies are inefficient. In fact, recently they just looked at themselves and said, let's be realistic. This so-called mother tongue education, language policy, is a mess. Let's forget it. And I see some people came at, how can you say no mother tongue, no mother tongue? Simple logic. Go to ISI. The policy says you teach people in their mother tongue or the language commonly spoken within the locality. In ISI, which language is commonly spoken within the locality? In Akbowo, which language is commonly spoken within the locality? In Bodija, which language is common? So how many people who even speak Yoruba can be taught in Yoruba? In fact, Professor Lucas was embarrassed because they yapped him. He said it's from Ijesha. And say you are speaking the Yoruba that is not written. So if you are Ijesha, you want to come and study Yoruba, you have to learn another Yoruba. So is that not originally very present to everybody right from the beginning? Why do we like deceiving ourselves? So if you are from Owo, you will leave Owo, dialect, and start learning Oyo Yoruba. And then you say you are not learning a foreign language. So why do we want to deceive ourselves and impose one language upon another in the name that is Yoruba land is one? There's no one Yoruba. So you have all of those problems and you still want to continue. I completely support the decision to, first and foremost, I asked them who were arguing, they should not have taught the policy. How many of your children will you send to the university to study Yoruba so that they can come and teach it? Go to the Department of Yoruba, either in education department or faculty of arts. Count how many students they have. if you want to implement a mother tongue policy. So we have to be candid about what we can afford and what we cannot afford. We don't just need money, we need to be able to understand how to use money, especially now where the future of work is likely to be shaped by artificial intelligence and technological disruptions that demand that we have human capacity, not merely to work, but human beings who are innovators, problem solvers, and who are effective citizens. So Jeffrey Sachs says African leaders must think and act on a continental scale, negotiate as a bloc, build a true African Union, and use the democratic advantage to shape global partnership. You know the kind of skills required to be able to do this. So we cannot leverage on these opportunities if our educational system produces graduates who cannot find productive employment, if our civil services cannot absorb and deploy talent effectively. The brain drain of skilled Africans is a symptom of weak state capacity. When state cannot provide meaningful careers in public service, talented individuals seek opportunities elsewhere. Now, let me now talk to the position of ourselves in the global order. The competition for Africa's resources and strategic alignments offer genuine opportunities. African states have demonstrated non-pact entrepreneurship, what scholars designate as soft balancing. Within the international legal order, building alliances to challenge dominant powers through non-military means. South Africa's landmark case at the International Court of Justice represents an important moment for African diplomacy. Diplomatic services that can negotiate complex agreements, legal expertise that can navigate international courts and tribunals, economic analysis that can assess the implication of trade and investment agreements, strategic foresight that can anticipate shifts in global power dynamics. These are the kind of things that we require. We must deepen our partnership with China, with India, with Brazil, with the Gulf states, but we must do this while ensuring that our relationships are grounded in mutual benefit rather than dependency. Africa's trade with China reached nearly 350 billion in 2025. But we must insist on value addition and beneficiation, ensuring that resources leave our shores as processed goods rather than raw materials. Yet the ability to insist on exporting processed goods requires the capacity to negotiate, to enforce, and to regulate. It requires industrial policy expertise that can identify strategic sectors, investment promotion agencies that can attract targeted foreign investment, and regulatory bodies that can ensure environmental and labor standards. This is not about rejecting foreign investment. It's about structuring it to serve our developmental objective, and structuring requires capacity. Now, look at a very important sector like foreign investment promotion, and look at the debate that is going on in Nigeria today. So an organization that claims to be doing exactly that is considered to be illegal, and it enjoys budget provision, has a director general that has organized forum for foreign investors, for diplomats, and they have participated in that. And you come to tell us that that organization is illegal. So what kind of state capacity is that? In other words, the state's resources can also be kidnapped. And there are people in government who are partners in government who just simply kidnap some amount of government resources and float it through one phantom agency. And yet, we are talking about the importance of state capacity for development. So Africa's ecosystems and biodiversity are not only a natural heritage, but they also are economic future. The protection of natural capital is an investment in sustainable development. The continent's renewable energy potential offers opportunity to leapfrog fossil fuel-dependent development models. Initiatives like the Desert to Power program, which aims to integrate solar systems from across the South, shows what is possible. Yet we must also address the contradiction in global climate policy. Western institutions advance climate financing framework that discourage fossil fuel development in Africa, while simultaneously depending on Africa's hydrocarbons and strategic minerals to stabilize their own economies. Navigating this terrain requires institutional sophistication. It requires the capacity to develop nationally determined contributions that balance climate action with development needs. Now, look at the way mining is going on across the country. We have that problem in Ghana. We know what it has caused in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then see what is happening in our continent. How many states in Africa, how many governments in Africa can effectively monitor and verify emissions reductions? In fact, in Nigeria, we used to talk about gas flaring, where when climate change has not become very romantic in intellectual discourse or in global systems. And we provide a regulatory framework where those companies prefer to pay the fines for flaring gas than setting up gas companies that will capture that gas and use it for productive purposes. That kind of weak capacity to regulate is a great danger to us on the continent. So we must be able to monitor and verify emissions reduction, participate effectively in international climate negotiation. They are not just technical challenges alone, they are institutional challenges. With appropriate institutional capacity, Africa could generate 10 times the electricity it needs by 2040 using renewable resources alone, according to the United Nations. Without it, we remain dependent on fossil fuel import and export financing. Institutionalizing foresight. What we are saying in essence is that we must move from reactive crisis management to anticipatory governance. This transformation is not simply about producing more vision documents. It requires embedding foresight into our governance system. This means first that we must embed long-term thinking. Now, long-term thinking is the greatest problem of politicians. Their thought is always around the election cycles. 2027, 2023, 2031. In fact, the highest thinking they are thinking about is 2021 because they are already working for 2027. Once 2027 ends, they start thinking about 2021, as if the world will end after 2020. The second point is that we do not need to do long-term thinking only in the universities. We need to ensure that politicians are part of these foresight processes. It requires presidential engagement, cabinet coordination, and legislative oversight. When politicians are disconnected from foresight processes, short-term political calculations override long-term strategic priorities. And we can see that all those documents, under the Buhari government, it's as if there were no documents, but there were many documents. In those days, we used to cite, Vision 2020, Vision this, Vision that, or, poverty papers and all of that. Now, nobody talks about them, but they still do, they still write them. Because it's not within their calculation, you don't hear of those papers again. Under Buhari, I can give you a list, because I did a review of government policies on agricultural commercialization. We have to review all of those documents. I was surprised, I almost still have all these documents, even mid-time documents. You find them, but you don't see them refer to anything when they are discussing. Not even the president. They don't even talk about their own manifestos in any case. So we must foster a cultural shift from reactive crisis to anticipatory decision making. This is perhaps the most difficult and most important element. Requiring retraining civil servants in foresight methodologies, building data systems that enable early warning systems, and creating institutional incentive for prevention rather than crisis response. Now, to come to a close, I have argued in my work on public policy and research in Africa that strengthening policy capacity and improving pedagogy in higher education is essential to building the foundation for sustainable development. Universities, research institutes, think tanks must become partners with government, not just criticizing government and standing by the sidelines. Distinguished colleagues, let me return to where I began. We have spent 60 years blaming colonialism, terms of trade, and unjust global order. These grievances are valid. The structural inequalities that shape our position in the global economy are real. The global order is not a neutral landscape. It is shaped by the interests of powerful states and corporations. But this new global order, whether Europe cuts us for gas, China for minerals, and America for diplomatic alliances, the extreme of external constraints can no longer hold water. The same states that negotiate with global powers must also deliver roads, schools, and hospitals to their citizens. The same government that signed trade agreements must also enforce contracts and collect taxes. The same administration that attend climate change summits must also implement environmental regulations. The binding constraint is us. It is our parliaments that fail to provide effective oversight. It is our civil services that fail to execute policies. It is our regional bodies that fail to enforce agreements. It is our political system that rewards short-term expediency over long-term investment. So the path beyond 2030 is that we must develop institutional grit. By institutional grit, we mean our institutions must be strengthened to gain resilience, to be adaptable, and to persist. In other words, we must think about our ability to achieve collective goals. You can have Nobel laureates, you can have exceptional professors, you can have, it does not solve our problem. What is missing is that organization, that institutional approach, that capacity for us to work together to achieve common purpose. So every African country should conduct a comprehensive assessment of its capacity limitation, identify gaps, whether technical, coordinating, or delivery system, and see what we can do to fix them. Now we must take our commitment to regional harmonization very seriously. If the European Union can achieve that with 27 countries at a higher level of development, we must establish binding timelines for harmonization with consequences for compliance. The third point is that we must be committed to oversight of foresight institutions. I would recommend that every president on the continent must establish an office of strategic foresight dedicated to anticipating threats, identifying risk, and proposing long-term strategies. This is not a luxury, it's a survival mechanism. Now in Nigeria, we have the Economic Intelligence Unit, and we have the Ministry of Finance and all of that. These are supposed to be institutions endowed with foresight thinking. But go and find out what goes on in those places. I think we need to strengthen them and really reconstitute them into foresight institutions so that they can be taken seriously by those in government. So let me conclude that the Africans must plan ahead with insight, imagination, and action. And only then can they move from being subject to global dynamics to be shapers of their own destiny. Foresight is not an academic exercise. It is a form of political agency and part of Africa's most undervalued potential. In fact, some people will tell you when you talk about these things that you are speaking grammar. So Professor Sachs argued that African leaders think and act on a continental scale, negotiate as a bloc, build through African Union, and use democratic advantage to shape global partnership. We completely agree. But we cannot think and act on a continental scale unless our states have the capacity to implement what they agree. We cannot negotiate as a bloc unless our diplomatic services are professional and coordinated. We cannot build a true African Union unless our national government respect and implement continental decisions. The new global order offers no guarantees. It offers no safety nets. It offers competition, uncertainty, and fragmentation. With these dynamics lie opportunities for strategic agency. If we have the institutional capacity to seize them, let us write in beautiful documents. Let us start building boring, functional, effective states. That is the only way we will truly harness this new global order for the benefit of every African citizen. Thank you for listening.
Wow. I think Prof deserves another round of applause. Thank you so much. Please come and sit down. You will agree with me that this is not an address. It's a please sit down. It's a comprehensive lecture. Prof has thoroughly schooled us on what is happening currently at the global level in terms of shifting from the unipolar order to a multipolar order. And amidst these changes, where does Africa belong? He identified that if you lash in on this opportunity, Africa stands a chance of benefiting immensely from the new global order. If we harness our resources well, if we build our capacity, if we promote intra-Africa development agenda, went ahead to identify the opportunities that abound for us as Africans. He identified also the challenges. And he did not stop there. He proposed solutions and way forward. How Africa may seize the opportunity of the new global order for African development. Prof, we really appreciate you. Thank you so much. In the next 10 minutes or so, we want to invite comments and questions from the audience. If you want to ask any question, raise up your hand, give us your name, your affiliation, and then make your question or comment, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not you yet. We have 4 people at the back. Okay, so number 1. Person online. And there's somebody online. Okay. The person online is number 6. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Prof, for that awakening session. I think it reminded us that we have a lot of work to do. I'm just curious to know what you think about the operationalization of a lot of the solutions you've proffered for the reality we face in Nigeria, especially how, like you said, where we run election cycles, we don't do governance in Nigeria. So how, and then, because of the audience that's here, what practical things can we as Nigerians, as individuals I'm sorry, my name is Tolu. I'm a research fellow at National Defense College in Abuja. So what steps, because a lot of times Nigerians think that we're helpless, and then government is faceless technically sometimes. What do you advise, especially for those of us who are still young, that we can do? What conversations do we need to start having in our small circles that can slowly start to move the needle, because miracles are not going to solve this problem? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Salaudin, and I'm a postgraduate student of the Center for Sustainable Development. So thank you so much, Prof, for your presentation. I have learned a lot. You have been able to give us a clear view of what is happening in Nigeria, beyond Nigeria and as Africans. But in the process of influencing change, there's something I know about, it is advocacy. And I know that recently, especially in this technological area, a lot of people have been advocating in different forms. We have a lot, we are young people. We have young people in Nigeria whereby there's a lot of advocacy on internet going on here and there, and people are talking about things. But then it's looking as if nothing is happening. So I need to ask, why is it looking like advocacy is not influencing the necessary change which we desire? And the second question is that, how do we make good use of advocacy? Because I know it's a tool
that is necessary and also can be used to influence change. It's been recorded locally and globally, advocacy. So how do we make good use of advocacy as a means of creating the change that we desire? Then the third question is that, okay, you have talked about institutions. We need to fix institutions. Like you really mentioned that over and over. And I realized that, okay, we have been trying to fix institutions over the years. But institutions are looking like it's not fixing, or maybe it's not fixable. So, you know, we still have a lot of people graduating. You talked about education, you talk about sectors that have been going through a lot and it's causing more problems. So, what if we are unable to fix these institutions in the next 5 to 10 years? So what other relevant approach can we use? Because we can't continue to look at institutions. Can we start from the bottom if the top is not working? Number three.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miriam Omotomo Alakito, and Prof, thank you so much for the conversation you had with us this morning, because I won't want to make it look like it was a lecture. So speaking on the institutions we need to change, especially the education aspects, there is a problem in Ibadan currently when it comes to education, especially for the secondary level. So now it's a dilemma, or let's say that it's something that baffles the teachers, especially for those that are working in public secondary schools. Students of SS3 and GSS, most of them now have access to even questions that they are yet to do. Ooh. Yes, it is a big problem. And now the teachers know this. And when you tell them that, what can they do? How can this be done? What approach do they have to do to this? They tell you that order from above states that no students should repeat. Even if at all any student is going to repeat, maybe just one or two, and it has to be that child it can't be pushed to the point of them promotion or promoting to the next class. So now this is an actual issue. And I can tell that order from above that they are speaking of is obviously not the principal, and it's coming down from the ministry. So if the ministry itself cannot correct this, and the teachers that are willing to correct it cannot still do that, because the principal will tell them that even if they mark a student down because of exactly what they've done, they will tell that teacher to remark in a way that it will favor that child. Yes, public students will tell you that they will tell you that. So children come to schools to write exams even without preparation. What exactly do you think can be done? Because in that access, even the teacher does not have the power to do anything. And for somebody that is probably like an education advocate, someone that is about no child out of school and all of those things, what exactly do you think can be done? And how do you think we can go about it when the up is low and those below cannot even have access to do anything? Thank you.
Number 4. No, 4 online. No, that's number 4. Number 5.
Thank you, sir, Professor. It has been very eye-opening. So the question I want to make a comment because when the lecture was going on, it reminded me of when we are doing our provisional exam, when the one professor was taking us through National Building Code. As he was trying, explaining it to us, as I was sitting there, I was just thinking that because the national, as he has been trying to explain it, I was asking myself, do we have the capacity or capability to be able to translate this thing into action? And for the past 20 years, National Building Code has just been suffering anything. So it has never been harnessed. And that is also give credence to woman capacity. And as you have said, you have said it all. Truly, you have said it all by making this statement that when all this thing is being made, it will appear as if you are speaking grammar, which is all true. So I now want to ask this question. In the face of political survival of our politician, how is it possible to still make sure that they still consider this capacity building, institutional building as a necessity, so that their own personal political survival will not override this thing? I just think that the use of institutional building is just irrelevant in the face of political survival.
Daniel, Inspector Daniel Luchidorian.
Good morning, sirs. It's a rare privilege for me to be part of this lecture delivered by Professor Ayede. It amazes you that it's really, I find it difficult to recover. My questions are just two. My name is Daniel Olujide Oyelami. I'm one of your students here in ISDS. In all you have said, sir, ranging from both international to local, and even to our local government and even to our communities. You've touched everywhere. Simply, is there any hope for Nigeria? In my own little research, I've been privileged to meet some executives. They will give us excuses that is the work of the civil servant. The civil servant will tell you that it's economy. Who produce who? And where are we going? The second question is this, sir. All these publications that we are doing, it's not, could there be any way that could be legalized, that could be binding for all the executives to follow? Because it's really appalling when we have these great works that has just gone into wardrobes, going to shelves. Musicians in the days of Fela Anikulapo, he cried for all these things, no changes. Atayero, one of the musicians, sang all through his life, nothing. Is this the way we are going to be talking and no action? Please, could this be legalized? I thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity.
They want to give my space, but maybe just to emphasize that Prof mentioned that there seems to be second scramble for Africa. And with this scramble, be worse than what we had in the first scramble. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. A few weeks ago, I had the chance to speak with members of the NYSC. They now have these different tracks when you are in camp. Some of them are in the policy analysis track. And I was talking to them about what public policy is and what can be done. And I think a few weeks earlier, there's this School of Politics, Policy and Governance, I think, by ISDS President. And they have some group of people, and we have to talk to them about citizenship, which for me is actually at the heart of some of the questions that have been asked. Because you are saying, how do we operationalize? How do we get off the ground dealing with this matter? I think the first problem that we have is that we are not conscious of the fact that we are citizens, and we are not conscious of our responsibility to place demands of government and also our duties to the government. But even more important, we are not also conscious of the fact that as citizens, we also have duties to each other. And we behave as if it's just me and the government, and that's it. Otherwise, why would you ask me, Taiwo, say nothing is happening, what can we do? Otherwise, why would you say, is Nigeria hopeless? If all of us here we don't consider ourselves hopeless, then Nigeria is not hopeless. I think what is missing is that we don't know what our responsibilities are. Take the example that is on the ground. The question circulates. There's order from above that nobody will fail. Everybody keeps quiet. So, what is the problem? Is it the people in the ministry who are conspiring to perpetuate wrong behavior? Or those of us who, because of victimization or one thing or the other, keeps silent? We all face the consequences when banditry come, when those guys start doing whatever they can do. You know what happened in Lagos Bridge? They precisely broke the concrete of the bridge to remove the metal from it. When they were breaking it, some people were breaking, so others were looking on it. So for me, we make a lot of useless noise and focus on unimportant and useless things and shy away from our responsibilities as citizens. Why would that continue when we know that it is not the proper thing to do? Where are all those civil society organizations who claim that they are standing for illegal child education, or they are standing for domestic violence against women, or they are standing for social protection against children and all of that? What kind of violence against children is worse than that? So, if Nigeria is hopeless because we who call ourselves citizens are hopeless, until we wake up and say certain things are acceptable, others are not, we will not make any difference. So the problem is not a hopeless problem. It's just that we decide not to act on it. And one day, something drastic will happen to us that will make us act. But it is better if we take the initiative when it happens to somebody else to intervene than for us to wait until it happens to us as individuals. So the problem about change is staring us in the face. And they were asking me at that after we were talking about citizenship. I said, look, the reason is we don't look at each other as fellow citizens. As we are all sitting down here, maybe we can consider ourselves as fellow conferees. But deep down, we think we are aliens. Just as we can say, go back home. Some people will tell you, you are not an indigene. So if you are talking of your state, who are you to come and talk? So until we address that very fact that we have something common that binds us together, being citizens of your state, then we can't act in concert. And I made this point that individual brilliance in any society is not enough. What is at play is collective decision making. That is politics. How do we collectively address problems? There's no electricity in this CSDF building. We are all students here, we are lecturers here, we are saying, let's do something about it. We come together, that's when we become citizens. If you say it doesn't concern me, then we are not ready yet. So until we are ready, nothing will be done, change will not happen. And I teach citizens and the state. And I tell my students, I tell you are in the university now. I ask them, why are you in the university? Not that I came for certificate. I say, no, you are in the university because we are training you up to be recruited as the leadership cadre of Nigeria. I say, you see all this electricity that is not working. If you do nothing about it, you will take it down as a legacy to your children. And if your children do not solve the problem, their grandchildren will inherit it. That's the fact about life. So the advocacy that you say you cannot do, and you are waiting for something else to do. So young people, they are not doing advocacy. They are doing whatever they are doing. You must do something. What is not done will have to be done for change to occur. And what we refuse to do, we only push forward for our children to inherit them as problems they will have to solve. Once you understand that logic, then you know that we have a lot of work ahead of us. And then we also know our limitations, that we don't blame people. We must look towards ourselves. How can we mobilize? How can we talk to each other to get things done? And until we start doing so, nothing gets done. Look at all countries, and there's no problem that Nigeria has faced that other countries that will say, oh, this is so unique to Africa, so unique to Nigeria that we haven't seen it before. Go into history, you'll find that countries have come out of the worst situation. And you can also look at the variation in African development. And you will see that certain countries have taken initiatives that transform certain circumstances within the African country. And we can learn from the African experience. So I don't think that there's any problem about agency, about advocacy. You know how it works. You know what you need to do in order to get things off the ground. If you don't do anything, don't pretend that you don't know that you are not doing anything. Then you talk about political survival. All countries have one way or the other through which they recruit their leader, change those in government, whatever way they choose, democracy, non-democracy. But what is important is that, which is still at the heart of what I've said, those who are privileged, who constitute the elite, are expected to have enlightened self-interest. If they don't, they will be forced by chaos and crisis to do something about their circumstances. And when chaos and crisis come, only God knows who will be a victim. Because you might think, oh, I'm sufficiently protected. But when the time comes, you will know that no one is really protected. So I would say that politicians compete when you talk about survival. In Osun State, some won election, others lost. They are all politicians. And as the election was going on, we as citizens and voters, we are all voters. We are all citizens. So we make choices. And we must not pretend to be powerless. There are those who don't understand the system, who are not even educated enough to understand how the system works. But you can't go to the university, even do a master's, be teaching in the university, be working in and say you don't understand. You need to get yourself educated. Get the kind of knowledge that you need to be an agent of change so that you can properly be involved in that process. Otherwise, you will also give that excuse, nothing can be done. I've not seen any case. I mean, that particular example, it has happened again and again and again. You really want me to believe that nothing can be done? That there's no NUT that can raise alarm? That there are no association of parents who can do something? When government introduce high fees for secondary school, you will see parents going to meet the governor. In other words, the education of their children must matter for them to know that they have to do something about it. If you are okay with he doesn't know anything but they promote him, is fine. So what are we talking about? So there are serious issues with our citizenship and with our willingness to confront challenges. We want problems to solve themselves or just go away. But you know, they will not go away. All those days of miracle here, miracle there. After COVID, we saw how many miracles can happen in churches or mosques or anywhere of prayer. So if you don't deal with a problem, you can pray forever in the church, the problem will not be solved because God gave us intellect and choice, free will to cause things to happen. So if we don't cause things to happen and we want to depend on God, that's a choice we have chosen. And I think that's also another part of the problem that we have. But politicians don't leave it to choice. They will buy votes if they have to buy votes. They will shoot guns if they have to shoot guns. They will go to the extra mile because they want power. But we want the education to work. And we fold our arms and say, it is somebody who can take the risk that should do that. Nothing will change if we don't do something about them. So as far as I'm concerned, there's hope for Nigeria. If there's no hope for Nigeria, I will not waste my time talking to people wherever I go on television, make arguments and all of that. Because some of us believe that what will not help this country is not what should be associated with us. What we should be participating in is what will lead to the upliftment of our fellow citizens. Once you have that as a major focus of your life, then of course you'll be part of those who will cause things to happen. And then blaming does not help.
is, when we have a banditry, everybody wants to believe that bandits are necessarily Fulanis. If the banditry be looking for Fulanis, don't look for bandits, look for Fulanis. If there's some robbery, it must be from people from one, they are the ones who, those kind of thinking does not help. We talk these days about evidence-based policy making, evidence-based decision making, even in our personal life, even in the way we look at things. Let's adopt a scientific approach to analyzing issues. We say we want problem solvers. We want innovators, not people who react on the basis of stereotypes, of emotions, of, unfounded fears and anxieties. We must apply our intellect to the problems that we face, and then we'll be able to deal with them as we are. And I think that young people are in a position to be able to deal with that. Again, last answer that I'll give, institutions cannot defend themselves. If there's a law that says you must not do this, I mean, look at the election in Osun State. If those who went to vote left the polling unit, and only the politicians and their agents are there, they can decide to do whatever they like with the vote. But people stood there watching what they decided, no, we are not going to let this one happen. So if we don't take care of our responsibilities, then we will continue to complain that things will not work. So as far as I'm concerned, don't face a process that will never work. It is our commitment and our willingness to make it require sacrifice, especially at the point of organization that matter. Now, the scramble is just like politicians struggle to garner as much votes during elections. It is left for the electorate to decide whether it's the majority vote that determines the outcome or the snatching of ballot boxes that determines the outcome. Yesterday, we were talking about peace during election time, and they're talking about signing of agreement. They say the agreement is not enforced, that is not enforced. No, the important thing is what is the value of our society. What they are trying to tell us is to remind us that we can conduct elections peacefully. We don't have to resort to violence in order to have elections. If everybody decides that they will not be part of violence, how will the violence occur? In fact, one of the things that I normally talk about is that a lot of us are not criminals in Nigeria. If we are criminals in Nigeria, there will be no peace anywhere because we are very under-policed. The first problem I had when I started traveling out was the need for you to have your ID everywhere you go because you need to swipe to enter the campus. You need to do this. But in Nigeria, we just go around. That's why if we are really criminals, we'll be in trouble because we are under police, we are under guarded. So the very idea of compliance is actually what makes institutions. That you on your own decide that this is the right way to do this thing. Doing it the other way is wrong, and insist on doing the right thing. That's what is keeping our society peaceful and organized. So if we take it a niche further to say I don't only insist that I do it, I encourage others to also do it as well. Then the agency has started. But when you look around and nobody is seeing you, you quickly want to cut the corner. So how can you then come the following day and start complaining about the rules that you are breaking without regard? So I think we all hold in our hand the agency of transformation. And what we do matters a lot. We are everywhere in our different places. So you are in the NDC, you are in SSDF. Things go on in SSDF. What do you do when things want to go wrong? Or when you see people doing the wrong thing? Do you join them or support those who do the wrong thing because you don't like somebody somewhere? Or you insist that this is the right thing to do. Let's do it for the good of our community. That's actually where agency begins. So I would challenge everybody here to say that in every society, in every corner in which you find yourself, be an agent of transformation by insisting that the proper things should be done and see whether you not make because sometimes we are just afraid. The force of good is very powerful. If people understand that you are doing it out of principle, out of conviction, out of the public interest, public good, they will treat you differently. But we don't even want to try at all. We are so afraid. Let them not single me out. Let them not think that I am the problem. Then you are okay with the problem situation. But I can assure you that it comes with a price. And be willing to pay that price. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. We have really benefited immensely from your wealth of experience and knowledge. I would want to suggest an idea to the organizers of this event. This keynote address should be posted on our website, and if possible, we publish booklets of it, which we will distribute to our students. And then number two, to the center. I think it will be helpful if we bring Prof back someday soon to come and again talk to us in our usual sustainable development policy discourse on the topical issue bordering on development in Africa, in Nigeria, and in our local communities. I think the masses will benefit from this. So give it a thought. Thank you very much, Prof. We appreciate you. I want to thank everybody for your patience, for your attention, and for putting yourself in this exercise, because I could see that from the questions and comments passed by the members of the audience, they actually followed the discourse. Thank you. God bless you. The next thing is for us to go for tea break, but maybe Dr. Laide has some announcements.
Yes, let's put our hands together for Professor S.O.Jimo. You are not clapping, you not go for tea. Okay, that's just like for no clapping is an exercise, right? Your hand, don't let me talk about the health benefits of clapping. Do you know? No, okay. Come for another lecture. We'll take about the health benefit of clapping your hands. But now it's about time. We're actually 1 hour into the next session. Maybe what I will advise is because there's a sponsor session. No, maybe you can go now. Let's clap for our panelists, the chair, and the keynote speaker, and the leaders to tea break. Ushers, please stand up. And I'll welcome KBC to Victoria Highness. You are welcome there. And it's very interesting to know that KBC has been coming since Tuesday when we started. No, wait for that. Yeah, he just realized that this woman. Okay. Yeah, Campus is one of our students here, PhD student now. You never get too old to learn, right? So as I was saying, we are 1 hour into the next session. What I want to encourage us, if you can go in batches to go and take our tea so that the hall is not empty, because the next session is starting immediately. As a matter of fact, because it's a concurrent online session, the online session has started. But because it's online, holding different rooms within the premises. But we need you in this room to be able to listen to the next session. Can I have the anchor of the next session, please? Come forward. Can you please encourage her? Oh, where do you want? Okay, over to you. Thank you so much. It's still break, as I say, you can go for. I don't want everybody to leave the room. No, I will leave it time.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome all of us to this side event organized by Rural Nurture Initiative and African Rural Development Network. Please just give us a moment to set up. We are 1 hour, so please let's just manage the presentation. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, let's do it.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I really want to appreciate your presence in today's summit, the Rural Development Forum. And I will start by introducing myself. I'm by name Mr. Ibiloma Godwin. I'm the country manager for Rural Nurture Initiative for Nigeria. And I'm also here with several executives of Rural Nurture Initiatives. And we really want to appreciate the presence of everyone, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be recognizing some special dignitaries in our midst this morning, and they are also going to be part of the panelists for today's discussion. We have the Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, especially represented by the Director of Rural Development, in the person of Mr. Lekon Egubi. Can we please celebrate the presence of the Director of Rural Development? Can we please celebrate him as he comes to the table, sir? You're welcome, sir. The Director of Rural Development, Mr. Lekon Egubi. You're welcome, sir. Also, ladies and gentlemen, can you join me to celebrate, to welcome the General Manager of your State Community and Social Development Agency, in the person of Mr. Salahu Jelili Olami. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want you to also join me in recognizing and in welcoming to the table the Senior Lecturer, Department of Agricultural Extension and Rural Development, University of Ibadan, the person of Dr. Oluwaseun Adeleke. You're welcome back. Please, let's celebrate. All right, joining us on the panel table is also the founder and the executive director. This is my own boss, my direct boss, the founder and executive director, Rural Nurture Initiative, in the person of Mrs. Damilola Olajubutu. Can we please celebrate her with that clap? She's joining us virtually. Yes, she's live there on the screen. All right. Joining also on the panel table is the founder, Sustainable Peace and Leadership Initiative, SUPLIN, the Youth and Civil Society Organization, in the person of Mr. Adebisi Michael Olajide. We can do that better, please. We can do that better. Also joining on today's discussion is rural community representatives. Rural community representatives, we have the person, the chairman. Sorry, a minute. We have the chairman of a farmer organization in Bedo on our local government Ibadan, the person of Mr. Ali Jibril. Can we please celebrate? Can we please appreciate him as he joins the panel discussion? He's the chairman of the farmers organization in Bedo. We'll also have a female representative from that association, the person of Mrs. Kudirat Abdul-Latif. Mrs. Kudirat Abdul-Latif, please can we appreciate her as she joins the table for today's discussion. All right. Starting today's discussion would be a welcome and an opening remark from the Executive Director of Rural Nurture Initiative in the person of Mrs. Damilola. And she's going to be joining us virtually as she gives us the welcome and opening remarks. Can we please receive the founder and the executive director for the opening remarks. Thank you. Hello, ma. We are ready to receive the welcome here. Just a minute. Hold on.
Under the theme when projects end, donors exit, or administrations change. We also cannot continue to design development for rural communities without meaningfully involving them in deciding what development should look like. That is why this forum matters. We are here to ask important questions on how we can move forward from short-term interventions to lasting rural development systems. Who define rural priorities? Whose knowledge counts? Who controls resources? Who makes decisions? And ultimately, who is accountable to rural people? Building Africa's rural requires rural communities to be more than beneficiaries. They must be partners, leaders, and co-creators of development. It requires stronger local institutions, financing that reaches the grassroots, meaningful participation by women and young people, and policies and programs grounded in evidence and local realities. These priorities will also be reflected in the community that we will consider later today. And as we work towards a shared declaration of Africa's rural priorities beyond 2030. And this forum should be more than another conversation or another document. It should be a space for honest dialogue where different voices can listen, challenge assumptions, and identify what matters most and what must change. I hope we'll leave this forum today, not just with very good ideas, but with a stronger commitment to building a rural future that is inclusive, resilient, locally owned, and sustainable. Once again, I welcome you all to the Rural Development Forum. Thank you for being here, and thank you for joining us in building Africa's rural future beyond the sustainable development goals. Welcome.
Can you join your hands together for the Executive Director of Rural Nurture Initiative, Damilola Oladipo? Once again, thank you so much for joining us in this very important meeting. We want to quickly recognize other very prominent persons in this meeting. Engineer T.A. Amuda, please can you stand up for recognition? Is the Director, Agricultural Engineering Services. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And also, we want to recognize Mr. Olubayo Oludare Oyedeji, Senior Agri Officer. Thank you so much for joining us. And permit me also to say, KBC, thank you so much. His Royal Majesty and Eminence, Oba Dr. Adedayo. We can do that better, Adekoya, in giving us knowledge and development PhD students in this center. Thank you so much, KBC. We really, really appreciate it. So next thing is to tell us about our Rural Nurture Initiative and African Rural Development Network. So RNI is, interestingly, Damilola is a product of this department, and I know they are very proud about that. So RNI is like is an answer and a response to several people's prayer. So, and it was founded some years ago, 2019. And I remember that in one of our previous meetings, we held the first Young Rural Developers Summit in this hall. I remember. So, RNI, please, if you want to, let's do that. And let me also add that by the grace of God, next year we'll be hosting the next Youth Summit. About RNI, go to the next slide, please. All right, so just to maximize our time, we are Rural Nurture Initiative funded some years ago as a response to prayers, like I said, and we have activities cut across climate, smart agriculture, climate change, gender, youth empowerment, sustainable health and water, and every other things we've been able to do over the years. We currently have active presence in Nigeria, Benin Republic, and Ghana. And it might interest you to know that in 2024, we had our first maiden edition of outreach in Ghana. I was part of the board that went there, as well as Benin Republic and every other, African countries. And we've held other programs across board. Therefore, and I like to say that it's a social impact organization. We work with rural communities. That is one of the reasons why we have our rural farmers represented on this, panel session, because we can't just be talking on their behalf without their own input and contribution. So we place communities at the heart of every intervention. We strengthen local priorities, build resilient rural ecosystem. Please, next slide. That picture was taken at one of our outreaches, and our work plans spans across gender equity, youth development, health, water sustainability, food security, and economic empowerment. Please, next slide. Then, like I said, we leverage strategic partnerships to address the complex, interconnected challenges facing rural communities. You will wonder that why do we have a side event in these academic companies? Because we know how important how partnership and strategic partnership works. And that's why we say, okay, in a summit like this, we must have our presence here. Next slide. Then we believe that lasting rural transformation requires addressing 4 pillars, which are community agency, rural resource access, system strengthening, then policy, environment. Every of our actions should translate into action. Enough of policies that are not workable on the field or in the real sense. So we want to ensure that our policies and policy environment is something that is relatable and workable. Next slide. And for African Rural Development Network is a practice committed to advancing rural development in African through knowledge sharing, like we are going to do now. And we've had several sections over time where we have experts, people in the business world, people in academic come together to talk. then cross-border learning, policy advocacy, and implementation of sustainable development solutions. Then, we have in our midst practitioners in our network, researchers, policymakers, community leaders, change makers. And the idea is that we are dedicated to rural transformation, amplifying their collective impact across the continent. We don't just want to limit ourselves to just agricultural, people in agriculture. No, but we need policymakers, every person to be part of the work of the network. Yes. Who can join us? Development practitioners, researchers and academics, policy professionals, students and young professionals. Yes. And what does ARDN even engage in? The first is with knowledge exchange, connection building. Here now, I'm going to, meet KBC again, connect with him, know what he does. And we never can tell what that will translate to. Our members benefit. When you join ARDN, what do you stand to gain? Learning community, resource library, opportunity alert, collaborative initiatives. The other time we heard someone saying, "Oh, she picked idea from from yesterday's section, and she's going to work on it." That is one of the big things you start to gain when you join ARDN. Thank you so much for listening, and God bless you.
Can we do that better? Can we do that better? I want you to know that the person who just gave us that speech is the Deputy Executive Director of Rural Nurture Initiative. Let's clap and celebrate him. All right, so straight away we'll be going into the panel discussion, which is actually the crux of today's forum, right? And we have our panelists already seated on the table, and so they're going to be sharing their thoughts on several key questions that have been that would be asked, right, in today's forum. So I want us to also have our minds open as we get to learn a lot from them, hear their inputs, and receive their own opinion when it comes to rural development. All right, so thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us in today's discussion. We're happy to have you here. So my first question would be to the Director of Rural Development, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, or your state. All right. That's the reason why we need to work as a team. So I just received a notice that I've actually jumped one of the agenda, which is one of the very key points of today's discussion, which is the keynote address. The keynote address by the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development of your state, who is ably represented by the Director of Rural Development, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, the person of Mr. Lekon Egubi. Please, can you join me as we have him present the keynote address? Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Mass. That's it, sir. Good afternoon, colleagues. Permit me to follow the already established protocol. I would like to appreciate the effort of the Oyo State government under the leadership of our able and visionary leader, Governor Engineer Oluseyi Makinde, who has been performing wonderfully. I greet my commissioner, who is unably absent due to some other things, and my permanent secretary. Permit me also to greet my organ here, the General Manager, Community Service Development Agency, am I right? All my colleagues and the other table at the great panel. I wish all of us a fruitful and meaningful dedication all around.
keynote address delivered by the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development of Oyo State, Barrister Olasokanmi Olaleye, who I'm standing in for at the 17th Annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit on Thursday, 28th August 2026. It is with great, sir, have you seen? I'm very sorry. Please forgive me for that omission. It is with great pleasure that I join the distinguished guests and participants at the 17th Annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit with the general theme, Africa Path to Inclusive and Multidimensional Development Beyond 2030, organized by Rural Nurture Initiative in conjunction with the African Rural Development Network. Holding today at this very auspicious location in Ibadan. I commend the organizers for choosing the timely theme. That is, the broad theme has been narrowed down to what we are trying to address in this forum now. Building Africa's rural future beyond the sustainable development goals. This theme underscores the critical role of agriculture and rural development in achieving food security, economic growth, poverty reduction, and sustainable development. Agriculture remains the backbone of rural levels and the foundation of every prosperous economy. A nation that can feed its people is better positioned to achieve sustainable growth, social stability, and economic resilience than the otherwise. For this reason, Oyo State government places agriculture and rural development at the center of its development agenda. Under the visionary leadership of His Excellency, Engineer Seyi Makinde, the Oyo State executive government, the Oyo State government has continued to implement policies and programs that promote food security, improve farmers' productivity, create employment, and enhance rural prosperity. The administration is committed to building a modern, productive, profitable, and sustainable agricultural sector. Some of the major interventions of the government include subsidized fertilizers and other agricultural inputs to farmers, low-interest agricultural loan schemes to support agri-businesses, 50% subsidized tractorization services to encourage mechanized farming, livestock development programs, including free artificial insemination and animal vaccination services. Implementation of the World Bank Assisted Rural Access and National Marketing Project aimed at improving rural road infrastructure and agricultural value chains. Creation of enabling environment through farmer-friendly policies and private sector participation in agricultural development. These interventions are transforming agriculture across the state by increasing productivity, improving market access, strengthening food systems, and creating sustainable livelihoods for our people. They also align with the sustainable development goals, particularly Goal 1 and 2. Goal 1 is no poverty, while Goal 2 is zero hunger, which are directly related to the mandate of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development in the state. As we deliberate today, I encourage all stakeholders, policymakers, development partners, researchers, and the private sector to work together in developing practical and innovative solutions that will strengthen rural communities and accelerate agricultural transformation across Nigeria. I sincerely appreciate the organizers for this important initiative and wish all participants fruitful deliberations. Together, we can build a resilient agricultural sector and a prosperous rural economy for the benefit of present and the future generations. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you. Let's appreciate the director
Rural Development Ministry. Yes, yes, sorry. Let's appreciate the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development of your state, ably represented by the Director, Rural Development, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of your state. Please, can we appreciate that wonderful speech? Thank you so much, sir. We are so honored. Thank you so much for honoring this invitation. So straight away, we are going into the panel discussion, and once again, we have on the panelist table, we have the Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture and Rural Development of your state, ably represented by the Director of Rural Development, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, the person of Mr. Lekon Egubi. And also we have Mr. Salah Jelili Olani, General Manager of your state Community and Social Development Agency. We also have the Senior Lecturer, Department of Agricultural Extension and Rural Development, University of Ibadan, the person of Dr. Oluwaseun Adeleke. We also have the Founder and Executive Director, Rural Nurture Initiative, person of Mrs. Damilola Olajibutu on the panelists. We also have Mr. Debisi Michael Olajide, the founder, Sustainable Peace and Leadership Initiative, Youth and Civil Society, in the person of Mr. Debisi Michael Olajide once again. Can we please celebrate all of our panelists this morning? We also have the rural community representatives. We have Mr. Aliu Jibril and also have Mrs. Kudirat. All right, so we're going to the discussion today. And so the first question would be for the Honorable Commissioner of Rural Development, ably represented by the Director of Rural Development, Lekon Egubi. And while he was giving the presentation, a lot of things stood out for me, which was the efforts of the government, of the current administration, even as regards rural development. There were several rural development initiatives that was mentioned. And so the first question would be that with what would be the change inside government that would make rural development initiatives outlive administrations that start them? You know, being that there are several rural development initiatives started by different administrations, and we want to see those initiatives outlive those administrations. So what would be that one change inside government that can ensure that every initiative started by every administration outlives them? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to get the question right. Are we looking for just only one change or some ways?
You can make it.
No.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
It's just one. Just make one. And then, but if it is approaches and some other techniques that could be utilized, and government is the one using. So and then I would like my co-panelists, all of that are present here. I'm so sure that this summit will be forum will be a kind of has to be documented.
Yes.
So talking offhand, one will be coming from here after B, one might go to G and come back to C, and it will be organized. So permit me to just present a little and a half here. Now, the question, what is the one change, which is already inside government that will make rural development initiatives outlive their mission that started them? Most initiatives, be it rural or other, they live and die with the people or the administration of government that launched them, especially in Nigeria and African continent in general. To make rural development initiative projects survive past or post the administration that started them, the change has to move from the politician politics or the politicians' project to a whole program. A project, it has a lifespan. One is the last one is it's gone. And then we are not talking, we are looking for how to sustain the project that are beneficial to our society at large. So we have a smooth growth and development. So that's one, that orientation, that mindset has to change. And it's this party do this or do that. It's government. Because it's for the people. The people will ever remain. The society will ever remain. Our community will ever remain. So we have to change that one from that kind of mindset, from this party or this position or this person that did it, but to change it to program. Yes, it has to be supported with some things. Now, having said that, so the fix is to bake them that initiative into circles that do not reset every 4 to 8 years. That's one. That would be it. If they are or whatever project initiatives or whatever, or intervention we are thinking of doing, you should be thinking of it that it should at least not that every 4 or 8 years subject to change and discontinuity, the same thing. So therefore, to ensure or to bring about the much expected sustainable rural development initiatives that we outlive the ambition that started them, governance should invite these changes among others. It's not limited to this the one. We have to depoliticize rural initiatives. We have to depoliticize it. This party that do this, he did that person that did when he was a senator or whatever. So by then, depoliticize implementation with career institutions by putting execution in the hands of a semi-autonomous agency staffed by civil servants, not political appointees, local community representatives in government, and constituting a board with fees, terms, and span admission. This creates continuity of staff, data, and procurement. So the minister combination change, but the engineers, agronomists, extension workers, and other workers will still remain there. That's why we have to make it into program rather than somebody's projects. Number 2, legally mandates and independently funded rural initiatives. Legally funded. As we are talking of legal framework that will back that initiatives or the project so that it will continue after the time of whomever or whichever way it comes. So under that, pass an act that makes rural development a statutory obligation, not a budget line. As we can see, the universal basic education is the one of the lasting indications in Nigeria up to today. The universal basic education, because it is legally backed, then the framework is being followed to the core. So also, peering initiative with a dedicated funding source. That's another problem they're having because of the funding. After this, the government that must started it must have gone. The incoming one might say there's no money, no fund to continue with it. But we have to look. That's where partnerships, the private sectors and the like. So in this regard, Oyo State is into a program, into a project now, which there is a framework there looking at the supplementation of that project. The project is rural development, rural access and agro marketing project, RAM. But under RAM, there's a section that is called sector reforms. That sector reforms is contemplating of having 2 agencies. We have RARA and we have SRF. What is RARA? Rural Access Roads Agency. What is SRF? SRF, State Road Fund. The RARA is handling the technical, technical aspect of the work, into civil works, construction of work, construction of market facilities and whatever. So, and the SRF, State Road Fund, as the name implies, that is from that agency will be responsible on how to source for a steady for the continuation of the ramp after it has elapsed, though the project is a World Bank assisted. Now, number 3, because of time. like my professor says, what I can, while addressing certain questions, the last session, we ourselves, the problem we are having is that we don't usually see government initiatives project as our own. One, Yoruba is so to man fine, sorry to use the Yoruba language. Kábíyèsí o, ẹni pé ògùn tí a bá fowó ṣe, ẹ̀yìn àrùn ló máa ń sùn. If we fail to commit our people, you see the rural dwellers, the locals, or whatever you might call them, one way or the other, that sense of belonging might not be there for them. So we have to lock in the local community, local ownership, and authenticity of the data. It is from these people that you get your correct data. One cannot just sit down in the comfort of his or her office and generating data, and at the end of the day, you send it in Ghana, and if you sell rubbish, you supply garbage, we will give you rubbish. So we have to look at that. That is ownership. Under this one, I just try to paraphrase that. He genuinely participated and bottom up and felt need approach to rural initiatives planning. Rural initiatives planning, implementing and sustaining rural initiatives grounded in community identified needs and priorities can foster ownership and institutional buy-in, increasing the likelihood that such initiatives will outlive the administration that launched them. When the community, local government authority, and the state all have legal roles and can see the budget and progress, it becomes much harder for the next administration to quietly abandon it without backlash. More so, the locals will have sense of belonging and own the initiatives themselves, thereby sustaining the project to stand the test of time for durability and longevity. And longevity will be ensured. Why all those three works? Politician use. Laws, funded institutions, and communities that benefit don't. Now, countries that make rural electrician roles of primary health care stick did it by moving from project to programs with law, money, and people behind them. On the final note, sir, ma, one ingredient is also very important to note here. One ingredient that's very germane for the workability of the above-mentioned suggestion is sincerity of purpose, including the government and the led, the leaders and the led, the government and the governed, the allies and the locals. So if every one of us found ourselves as agents of transformation in everywhere we are, then whatever it is that being bring to us will be highly monitored, safeguarded, and it will serve the time of the test of time for longevity and durability. On this note, I thank you for opportunity for giving me the grace to be part of this epoch-making event. Thank you.
Please let's appreciate the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, ably represented by the Director of Rural Development in the person of Mr. Lekon Egopi. Please, we can do that better. One very interesting thing that stood out for me, while he was speaking, I could see how that a lot of efforts by the Oyo State government has gone into ensuring that a lot of rural development initiatives are ongoing. And it's really striking for me. And there was something that he said that one of the major change that can ensure that these rural development initiatives outlive administrations is turning these initiatives from being projects to becoming programs. And that would ensure that, projects have lifespan and programs do not. They'll outlive, right? They outlive administrations. And we look forward to seeing how that can also become part of our discussion, our communique that we'll be presenting as regards rural development discussions. So straight away, I would want to take the question to Dr. Oluwaseun Adeleke, the Senior Lecturer, Department of Agricultural Extension and Rural Development. Yes, ma'am. Can we please appreciate her again? So we all know that rural women play a lot. They play a very vital role as regards what we eat in this country, right? When you go to the rural areas, you will see that you have a lot of women into agriculture. They do a lot of the farming and the rest. What would it take for them to have real say in the decisions that shape the rural life? We want to see how the rural women can begin to, have a voice in the decisions that shape the rural life. So what will it take for them to take that position? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Looking at rural women, Akinyo Mamawa, we could see their relevance and importance in rural development and food production in particular. So looking beyond 2030 and also looking ahead, we'll be seeing women that are represented in decision making. If women will be able to move beyond just producing, and they will have to be represented in decision making. And looking at our rural communities, we discover that we have low participation of women in decision making. So looking forward and moving forward, we'll be seeing women that are taking part in village councils meetings, in their farmers association, and in every groups around them. They should not just be recipients of information and technology. They should be part of people that will be co-creating this technology that we are talking about. We want to make a particular machine for a woman to use it, then the woman must be part of that process. So if they will produce more, they will have to be represented at every point. Also, access to productive resources, access to land. This has always been on board that we have been saying over time. Women, land tenure rights in rural places should ensure that women have access to land. Women must have access to land. Most of the time, they use their husband's land. Most of the time, they use communal land. Do they have access to their home? If I have access to my land, I'll be able to have permanent structures. I'll be able to make some decisions concerning that particular land. And other productive resources, fertilizers, inputs, seedlings, and all that. Women must have access to this. And also, I want to talk about financial inclusion. It is important that our women knows how to spend, where to borrow, financial institutions. They must also know how to use and make decisions about the income they earn. They must, because most of the time, women just have this money. Anyhow, I've been asked to actually mix the languages, which I've been thinking of how to do. Iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe, owó tá à ń rí, à ń sọ wípé ó yẹ kí ẹ lè mọ̀ wípé èmi mo lówó yìí bí mo ṣe fẹ́ náà ni. Kò kí ń ṣe nígbà tí a bá kówó délé la tó máa wò pé báwo lè ṣe fẹ́ náà. Obìnrin nínú ilé ẹ̀ pàápàá jùlọ ní àwọn ìgbèríko wa, wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ lè sọ wípé mo fẹ́ mú owó, mo fẹ́ lọ sí ilé ìwòsàn, mo fẹ́ mú owó, mo fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan báyìí. Tí àwọn obìnrin wa ò bá ti dé ìpele yẹn tí wọ́n lè ṣiṣẹ́ fún owó tí wọ́n dẹ̀ lè ná fúnra wọn, yóò ṣòro fún wa láti jẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣe ohun tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí obìnrin. Then we talk about education and training. Most of our women, we still talk about digital tools in our time. But the reality is that most of our rural women still do not have access to some of these digital tools. That's the reality. There is a study we are doing on climate information services, and it is still discovered as of today that many of them would prefer to listen to radio to get information on climate smart, and climate change. So we continue to talk about tools, continue to talk about climate smart agriculture. The reality is that most of our women in rural places still do not have digital literacy. So we must ensure that rural women have digital literacy skills. There is education and training, there is capacity building for our women if we want them to produce more. And we must also look into the fact that the tripartite role of women in terms of reproduction, in terms of production, and in terms of what they do around cumulates into what affects their time to actually do many of these things. But if there is technology, if there is digital skills, if I get information on my phones and I can access some of these things that we have, it will be very easy for them to produce I should definitely produce more. Thank you so much.
Can we please appreciate Dr. Oluwaseun Adeleke for that wonderful contribution? Thank you so much, ma. It was so profound for me. One of the very key things that I actually had to take note of is rural women taking up leadership roles in their community. I see that standing out to ensuring that they have a very key part in shaping the rural life. And I believe so well that so many rural women are already beginning to come into that understanding. A lot of awareness initiatives are also going on in that light. Thank you so much. Can we please once again celebrate Dr. Oluwaseun Adeleke for that great contribution? We'll still come back to her for another question. All right, so I have the next question for the General Manager of your State Community and Social Development Agency in the person of Mr. Salahu Jelile Olani. Sir, your agency prioritizes community-led initiatives, as we have had, right? What would it take to make that the norm rather than the exception across rural development programs? What would it take to make that the normal, right? Wherever any administration, they are focused on community-led initiatives. What would it take to make it the norm? Thank you.
Thank you. At our agency, Community and Social Development Agency, as you have said, we are using community-driven development approach, where the community express their pet needs, and they will be empowered with training and funds to implement the project by themselves. Community-driven development approach, it has a policy. We call it National Community-Driven Development Policy. So, if all the tiers of government, starting from the local government, state government, and federal government, can adopt that policy, it means the method will be used for the projects in the entire country. Let me explain further. When we are talking of community-driven development, it is a development strategy that gives control to the community groups over planning decisions and investment of resources by empowering them with training and funding in identifying, designing, co-planning, part financing, implementing, supervising, monitoring, maintaining, and taking ownership of sustainable and socially inclusive multi-sectorial projects. The approach was adjudged the best by the World Bank because of many benefits or advantages we can derive from it. Some of it is that is inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, cost effectiveness, efficient use of resources, equity, wider participation, people-oriented, demand-driven, bottom-up, and enhancing human development. Wọ́n ní kí n sọ ní Yorùbá díẹ̀ wípé òyìnbó yẹn ti ń pọ̀. Nǹkan tá à ń pè ní iṣẹ́ ìdàgbàsókè agbègbè, community development. Lọ́dọ̀ tiwa, ìlànà tá à ń lò òun là ń pè ní CDD, Community Driven Development Approach. Approach tá à ń sọ yìí, ó ti ní policy tó gbé e dúró ní Nàìjíríà. Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé a tẹ̀lé policy yẹn. À ń pè policy yẹn ní National Community Driven Development Policy. So, ìbéèrè tí wọ́n bí mi ni pé ilé iṣẹ́ tiwa, ìlànà táwọn fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ tiwa ó yàtọ̀ sí gbogbo báwọn ilé iṣẹ́ yòókù bọ́n ṣe máa ń ṣe àkànṣe iṣẹ́ tá à ń pè ní project. Àwa sọ wípé ó ṣeé ṣe kí gbogbo àwọn ilé iṣẹ́ yòókù náà máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá ti ń lo policy tó wà lẹ̀. Kí ni nǹkan tá à ń pè ní policy yẹn ni pé community ló máa wá bá wa wípé nǹkan báyìí ló ń jẹ wá níyà lágbègbè wa, nǹkan báyìí ni nǹkan tá a fẹ́, tá a nílò tó máa dára fún ìgbáyégbádùn wa. Àwọn community yẹn náà la máa ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún, àwa tún máa gbówó lé wọn lọ́wọ́ wípé ẹ máa kówó lọlé, ẹ lọ fi ṣiṣẹ́ ìdàgbàsókè, iṣẹ́ àkànṣe tó máa ṣe nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ yẹn fún yín. Nǹkan tí agency wa máa ṣe ni pé inspection, monitoring, supervision, evaluation, so that iṣẹ́ yẹn máa wà standardized, tí ò kàn ní jẹ́ iṣẹ́ yọ̀bọ̀yọ̀bọ̀, tó máa jẹ́ iṣẹ́ tó máa dúró dáadáa. So àwa wò pé iṣẹ́ yìí ó láǹfààní tó pọ̀ gan, torí pé ó kó gbogbo èèyàn sínú. Àwọn community ni ó sọ pé nǹkan tá a fẹ́ lélẹ̀, kì í ṣe pàwọn la máa lọ gbé lé wọn lórí. Àwọn náà ni wọ́n dẹ̀ la máa kówó lé lọ́wọ́ pé ọyẹ ẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Kódà àwọn implementation committee láàrin wọ́n máa ṣe democratic election láti fi yàn wọ́n ni. Èmi dábàá Lágbájá Fálága, ẹni báyìí mo fẹ́ kó jẹ́ treasurer. Àwa tún ṣe débi pé it is gender inclusive and vulnerable people inclusive. Àwọn aláàbọ̀ ara, àwọn tó kù díẹ̀ ká tó fún ní community, àwọn náà gbọ́dọ̀ wà nínú committee yẹn, ó níye percentage. Àwọn obìnrin, àwọn náà gbọ́dọ̀ wà nínú committee yẹn, ó níye percentage. So gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n wá máa fọwọ́ sí pé àwọn tá a fẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ rẹ̀ lélẹ̀. Ládùúgbò wọn náà ni wọ́n á ti máa gba gbogbo àwọn artisan tó máa ṣiṣẹ́, bricklayer, carpenter, painter, plumber, nínú àdúgbò yẹn náà ni wọ́n ti gbà. So that there will be wealth distribution. Owó tá a bá kó lọ community yẹn up to 18 million fún iṣẹ́ kan. Ládùúgbò wọn yẹn náà ni wọ́n máa ná 18 million yẹn sí. Ẹni tó ń ta cement níbẹ̀, ẹni tó ń ta pákó níbẹ̀, ẹni tó ń ta èṣó, tó ń ta gbogbo material tó máa fi ṣiṣẹ́ pátá. So àǹfààní tá a wá rí níbẹ̀ ni pé a rí i pé ó jẹ́ kí transparency wà, accountability náà wà, gbangba làṣáta, àti ìjíyàn iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ara ẹni. Bákan náà ó wà cost effective. Owó tí iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n máa ń fi bíi more than 50 million ṣe, tá a bá rí bíi 15 million wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ṣe. Torí àti compare rẹ̀, ọ̀gá mi sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, wọ́n ní UBEC ó wà sustainable torí pé wọ́n ṣe gbé kalẹ̀. Tá a bá wo owó tí UBEC fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ torí pé contract náà máa ń gbé jáde, tá a wá fi wo community drifting tọ̀dọ̀ tiwa, a rí i pé ó ní wider gap of investment torí pé tọ̀dọ̀ wa yẹn ó wà cost effective. Bákan náà, efficient use of resources tó bá wà lágbègbè wọn, òun náà máa fi ṣiṣẹ́. There was a time wọ́n fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ní community kan, wọn wá rí pákó rà. Wọ́n á ní igi ọ̀pẹ, wọ́n ní tí wọ́n bá là á tán, pípé igi tó máa ń rí láàrẹ̀, tí wọ́n bá fi kan lé, ó máa lo more than 100 years. Ó tún máa dáa ju èyí tí wọ́n fi pákó ṣe lọ. Ó túmọ̀ sí pé indigenous knowledge ni indigenous resources tó wà lágbègbè wọn, òun náà fi ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn, tíṣẹ́ yẹn dẹ̀ wá okay. So bákan náà ni pé ó wà people oriented, ó dẹ̀ ní wider participation. Then ó wá jẹ́ bottom up, ṣe mọ̀ pé láti sàlẹ̀ láti gbé. Bákan náà àwọn tí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn, a máa develop wọn torí pé a máa train wọn báwo ni wọ́n ṣe máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ ìdàgbàsókè, so that they will know how to develop their community by themselves. Láì ní sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ project láti lo approach yìí fún ní Nàìjíríà. Tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé if we look at it, ẹ rí i pé àwọn project yẹn sì wà sustainable. Ẹ bá rántí Fàdámà, community driven development ni wọ́n lò fún. Ẹ bá káàkiri lẹ́nìí, ẹ ra àwọn iléeṣẹ́ gààrí, ẹ ra àwọn gbogbo àwọn iléeṣẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan tó jẹ́ agricultural base yẹn, Fàdámà ló gbé kalẹ̀ láyé ìgbà yẹn. Bákan náà ni community poverty reduction project. Bákan náà ni LEEM, ẹ máa gbọ́ LEEM, local empowerment and environmental management project. Bákan náà, root and tuber expansion program. Yes. So we have root and tuber expansion program in Nigeria. We have done that. Then rural finance institution building program, roving. Yes. Then community and social development project. And the existing one now, Nigeria Community Action Recovery and Economic Stimulus, NGKS. The approach is community-driven development approach. Well, the CCD approach encourages shift from project to system in the sense that it involves integrated system. It links various aspects or various sectors of development, be it health, education, sanitation, economic, and other sectors of development. Then CDD empowers local stakeholders, the Community Development Association, the Community Development Council, the local government authority. We empower them with training and fund. Not only that, economic diversification. Part of our project, we usually involve the poor and the vulnerable, and they have their own sectors of projects. Then, sustainability measure. We have sustainability measure in the sense that out of the implementation committee, we have maintenance and sustainability committee that will take out of the project. They will maintain the project till eternity. Then it is bottom up, social inclusive, participatory, and it's based on the fact needs of the community. Well, before I drop the mic, I want to appreciate our boss, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, who has graciously released huge sum of funds to the agency to intervene in 144 communities during its regime only. And we implemented 316 micro projects on education. I mean, the building of classrooms with furniture, it is up to 95 communities. On community health center, it is up to 28 communities. Then perfect and drainages, 25 communities. And on the water and sanitation, 168 communities. So, His Excellency has also planned for the subsequent release so that we will continue the good job. Thank you.
Can we please appreciate our speaker, Mr. Salau Jelide Olani, the General Manager of your State Community and Social Development Agency. Wonderful presentation, sir. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so we would want to quickly catch up with time. So I will be going to the next questions and maybe at the tail end, tie up every of the discussion points that have been raised. So straight away to Dr. Oluwaseun Adeleke. Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. We, as an academia, right, we have been involved in a lot of trainings, teaching and raising several generations on agricultural extension, right? So if we were designing agricultural extension for rural Nigeria today from scratch, what would we do differently from what we inherited? And where would local and traditional knowledge sit in this design? So we would love to hear from your experience, man. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me again. Because of our time, I'll quickly have to do that. Number one, we'll be looking at bottom-up approach. Now, what we inherited is top-down approach. So if we are designing another extension or agricultural extension for rural people today, that's what we'll be doing. We will not be looking at some people sit down in Abuja and make policies for farmers or make policies for rural dwellers. It will be about the first needs of the farmers. One of the principles of agricultural extension is that you should start from where the people are. So it is about going first to the people, knowing their needs, and now coming together. It's not that you just even go and make decisions. Sitting together with them and make decisions. Then we can now implement. So if we are making another design of extension today, we'll be talking about a bottom-up approach. We will also be talking about the use of our local and indigenous knowledge. Director was talking the other time about using palm trees or palm fronds to build. Now, local knowledge is not obsolete. If we are designing agricultural extension now, for instance, we are talking about digital extension. And the shout about that is the best. Now, the question we'll be asking is, where are the farmers? Where are the rural dwellers? What are they doing? Now, we want to come up to now say, how do we improve on what they have been doing? It is not that I want to just say what they have been doing. I want to say your local knowledge is not working, your indigenous knowledge is not working. For instance, they have been using some techniques to take care of their animals when they are sick. Before they advent or before we say, okay, vet medicine, even before the vet doctor will come and get to where they are, they would have done some things. So if we are designing agricultural extension again, we will be saying that we are building on the local and indigenous knowledge, and they are working. So we should not say digital extension, like digital tools, other things are not useful. No, they are still very relevant. We'll be building on what they have. Also, we'll be talking about women and youth participation. We'll be talking about turning agriculture to business. We ask ourselves, the youth in the house, how many of us want to actually venture into agriculture? Now, the statistics we have in admission process reveals that you hardly have students that want to come and study agriculture. So the point is that how many of us here, seated as youth, we want to participate in agriculture the way it is? So if we are designing agricultural extension or extension again, we will be talking about agriculture as a business. We will be seeing if youth should be able to participate. We will be telling them the value chain. It is not about you taking the hoe and cutlass in this generation to go and farm. I want them to come and become a farmer. We need to make agriculture attractive, telling youth that they can come in at any point, either as a producer, either as a marketer, either as a processor. And that's what we have been doing. Many of our youth cannot stay in our rural areas. Why? Because the place is not attractive. Farming is not attractive. There is no infrastructure. There is no internet connectivity. Ẹ fẹ́ kí irú màmá yìí kan ní fóònù, kọ́ máa gba information, kọ́ máa gba nǹkan tó máa ṣe lórí oko wọn, wọn ní fóònù yẹn gan. Internet gan ò dé àwọn abúlé kọ̀ọ̀kan. And we are always shouting this digital thing. It's good, but at least we need to actually know that infrastructural development will play a key role if our extension will definitely work. And also, we need to begin to talk about outcomes, not activities. Most of the time we talk about how many farmers did we visit. Thank God for this administration. Thank God for our people from the Ministry of Agric. We have so many plausible things they have done. We have 100 health centers. We have this for farmers. That is what we have done. Those are activities. We need to begin to talk about outcomes. Those things, are they really transforming farmers and rural dwellers? Are we talking about more production? Are we talking about more income for them? Are we talking about better well-being and welfare for rural dwellers? These are things. Extension, we have to be talking about outcomes, not only activities. I think I should be able to stop now. Thank you.
We can do that better. We can do that very well. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that profound contribution. We need to start talking about the outcomes and not just the activities. Thank you so much. We would have the next panelist answer the next question in the person of the founder and the executive director of the Rural Nurture Initiative. She's actually joining us virtually, so she's going to be responding to this question. All right, so I believe you are there. NGOs sit between founders and communities. Whose priorities usually win? And what would it take to change that? NGOs sit between founders, and communities. Whose priorities usually win? And what would it take
to change that? Thank you, ma. Just hold on, ma, a bit. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, those one can hear me, but those one can hear me. But those one can hear me. They can hear you, man. All right, thank you. Between funders and communities, which priorities usually win, and what will it take to change that? So, to be honest, I would say that the priorities of funders usually win most of the time. And of course, it's not necessarily because NGOs do not care about communities, but it's because the way development financing is structured is such that it gives funders greater influence over what gets funded, the objectives, timelines, indicators, and even what success should look like. So NGOs eventually end up working within those parameters that has already been set by funders. And while communities are kind of brought into the program that has already been defined. So that that research about feeling that they have meaningful influence over the priorities, resources, or even decision making, and that should actually make us question how participatory the process really is. And for me, the shift we need is from consultation to community agency. Communities need to be engaged early, before priorities and solutions are already determined. Their knowledge, their priorities should influence not only the program design, but also the implementation, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation of, projects. And of course, NGOs have a responsibility here. We should not simply see ourselves as intermediaries, delivering what funders have already designed. Rather, we should see ourselves as facilitators who can connect resources to genuine community priorities. And of course, funders must also be willing to share power by making funding more flexible and responsive to local realities, rather than fitting every community into a predetermined project framework. And of course, we all have to rethink how we define success. Completing activities and merely submitting reports, those things are important, but we should also ask critical questions like, did communities gain ownership? Did local capacity increase? Are institutions stronger? And can the results continue after the funding or the project end? So ultimately, I do not think it's end to choose the funders and communities, but rather we need a development system where funding responds to community priorities. NGOs facilitate rather than dominate the process, and communities have meaningful influence over decisions that affect their own lives. And I strongly believe that this is what makes rural sustainable here.
All right. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much. Can we please appreciate the Executive Director, Rural Nurture Initiative, for that profound contribution? And one very, very profound statement from her is that NGOs must see themselves as not just intermediaries, but see themselves as facilitators of the change we want to see in the rural communities. Thank you so much. So the next question would be for the founder of Sustainable Peace and Leadership Initiative in the person of Mr. Debisi Michael Olajide. Thank you, sir. As someone who has worked with young people, what would convince a young person today that there is a future for them in rural Africa? What would convince a young person today that there is a future for them
in rural Africa? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, the organization that organized this event, my leaders in academics, my leaders in the government house, and good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams in the house. Okay, so I think I'm going to be approaching your question from what Dr. Mrs. Adeleke said. It is high time we make activities within the rural area attractive to young-minded persons. For speakers that have spoken ahead of me, you see the focus has always been what they have done, but not what those things have affected really that is sustainable. So I was born in Agbo. I was born and brought up in Agbo, but I'm having my PhD. I had my postgraduate studies in UI, but passing through Agbo is not what I'm proud of. The thick line between the city and the rural area are just infrastructural facilities that needed to be intentionally built and done. But if you ask me, what is the rural area? What is rural? It simply means that in some part of which some roads are not out, there are no beautiful houses, there is no internet, there is no health facility, in fact, when you get to some health facilities in some rural area, it is hard for you to even see a certified doctor or nurses attend to you. Is that the place you want youth to go to? How secure, how safe is this rural area? Do you get what I'm saying? So if really we want to lead rural, the word rural is just a nomenclature. If really we want to lead it into extinction, we need to actively and proactively do this. And how are we going to do this? I'm going to be talking from three approaches. You see, and these are relatable things we really need to do. We are at a time whereby political positions for youth are compensation and not based on competence and expertise. You have to be a party man that has worked as Togri or some other ways in a dirty way or before you can be given SSA to the governor. And in its rich sense, SSA to the governor is a special advisor to the governor on a particular thing that you are an expert in it. Then what advice are you giving if you are not an expert in that field? That is under the political position. Now, a student that has been trained under Dr. Mrs. Adeleke, how many of them are SSA to the governor on rural development? That is the foundational problem we are facing. Before we can answer that question, you, as the moderator today, you are not confidently answering that question in your mind because you know what the problems are. Listen to Mrs. The founder of, yes, Mrs. Damilola. She's saying that, you see, Yoruba will say, do you get what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say in essence is that she said funding is structured to achieve a particular goal. There was a time an organization I belonged to, some part of it did a project because they believed that in a riverine area there will be mosquito. They gave them mosquito nets. The next day they came there, those people were using those mosquito nets to fish. Do you know why it is that? The fund allotted to them is for mosquito nets. But that is not the problem of those people. We really need to understand the foundational problem. Now, that is the political aspect. Let me go to the economical aspect. For many of us, this generation is dealing with remote workers. It simply means that our generation is far going from hybrid to remote. And we realized the solution during the COVID era. It simply means that if God did not afflict us with COVID, some of us will not make money. We don't have to be dealt with before we really sit down and think for solution. Now, if you tell me, thousands of graduates from agriculture that have been, what have they been doing in their life? You meet many of them in the bank. You meet many of them in other organizations. I have 2 of them as mentees that studied agricultural extension. They are not extending anything. They are not extending anything. And these are courses that are very lucrative abroad. I was speaking with a friend in Australia. This ewedu that they will put Abdullah into it, that you'll be happy. They are making it better in Australia than us. Because these people come down to Nigeria, seek the knowledge from those rural women that you are overlooking. They take it down there and they are doing it better with their technology. Then what is the essence of those initiatives you are doing at the grassroots level that is not attracting youth? You will tell a graduate to come and be collecting 30,000 naira to attend to people at the rural area. Do you know how much our school fees cost? Do you know how many cooperative funding that goes into that school fees? Nothing is cheap. If the government wants the youth to handle this, I mean experts, the government should make it attractive. Just as Doctor has mentioned, you should make it attractive. The last thing that I'm going to be talking about is the fact that we are in this age and our attention is swiftly moving from what it used to be, to what we cannot even imagine. Because now we are talking about the Gen Z, we are talking about the Gen X, we are not talking about another set of people that we are not even coming, which probably my daughter will be part of it. Now, what I'm saying is, we are in a platform whereby initiatives are being digitalized. Now, funny thing is, Agbowo, this is Agbowo, this is UI. If you enter the UI community when we are growing up, when we want to go and pluck mango, UI used to seem like heaven to us. But when we enter Agbowo, we will know that we are now in our age. Why am I saying this? You see, those lines between development, what all of us are seated here to discuss today are visible. And that's the reason why I will not be mad at the one of the participants that mentioned that, are we really hopeless in this country? You see, it is not about hopelessness. We are trying as individuals. The organization that organized it, this is their own quota to the problem. But that is where leadership now comes in. How intentional are you as our leaders to ensure that these problems are checked at the foundational level? If you are saying we are now at the digitalized stage and platform, how many hubs do we have in these rural areas that this, my mommy here and my daddy here can say, and Emma de Kagbabe, because you said I should speak Yoruba, Emma de Kagbabe, in Koteye ba jele Emma Ngbefo. Sherry, Agbo, tí àwọn ìyá tó ń darúgbó yẹn, ṣé mo pé it will be very rare for you now to see Alagbo around, because they are all dying, and they are dying with those knowledge. But don't forget, there is a grandchild or a daughter that has lived with her that knows all these things, but the environment is not suitable for her and left all those knowledge behind. How many of these people are we able to capture to bring into this hall? Pay them. If she cannot understand digitalize, no matter how much she tries, she will not understand it. Give her training for 1 month, 3 months, a year, she will not understand it. Unlike this generation, bring them into it. They have the localized understanding. You are bringing the trends into it. They will stay if the payment is awesome and the environment is conducive. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. You can do that better. That was Mr. Adebisi Michael Lakide, the founder of Sustainable Peace and Leadership Initiative. There was something he said that was striking. He said, what are the extension students extending? That's a very serious question. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so we have the rural community representatives. They are here also, and we would love to hear from them. We want to hear also their own view as regards the rural development initiatives we've been talking about. What's their own view and their thoughts on it. So to help in their understanding,
I have a colleague of mine who would interpret, right? Because I'm not here. Thank you so much. All right. When people come to your community with a development project, what do you think they usually get wrong? And what should they do instead? When people come with projects, development projects to your community, what do you think they usually get wrong? And what should they do instead? So you interpret for them.
Okay, so ìbéèrè yìí lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ mọ́mì wa. So wọ́n ní pé tí àwọn èèyàn bá wá. So wọ́n lọ sọ́dọ̀ mọ́mì wa. So wọ́n ní tí àwọn èèyàn bá wá sí agbègbè yín, community yín, fún iṣẹ́ ìdàgbàsókè, ó lè jẹ́ ti ọrọ̀ ajé, ó lè jẹ́ ti àgbẹ̀, ó lè jẹ́ ti àwùjọ. Kí lẹ rò pé wọ́n máa ń ṣe, kí lẹ rò pé wọ́n kì í ṣe dáadáa? Ẹ máa wá, kí lẹ rò pé kí làwọn kan tẹ rò pé wọ́n kì í ṣe dáadáa? Àti pé kí ni àwọn kan tó yẹ kán ṣe tí wọ́n kì í ṣe?
Ẹ káàsán mà. Ẹ̀yin bàbá mi àti ẹ̀yin màmá mi mo kí yín ẹ kú jókòó. Ẹ̀yin àǹtí mi, ẹ̀yin bírọ́dà mi mo kí yín ẹ kú jókòó, a kú pàdé. Àjọ àwọn ọgbà Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó sèso ire fún wa. Mo kí mọ̀mọ́ mi púpọ̀ nínú àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwa ẹ ṣe oníwèé èdè abínibí la sọ. Àmọ́ àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan nù tí wọ́n ń sọ ń bọ́ sínú etí wa díẹ̀díẹ̀. Àwọn ọ̀gá ní èdè abínibí wọ́n dá ìwúrí fún wa pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí wọ́n ń sọ débi pé bí àwùjọ wa ó ṣe, bí ìdàgbàsókè ó ṣe bá àwùjọ wa, bí ìyípadà ó ṣe bá àwùjọ wa pẹ̀lú àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n bá wa sọ. Tá a bá rí àwọn èèyàn tó wá ságbègbè wa tí wọ́n wá pé kí ni nǹkan tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe tí wọ́n ṣe, wọ́n ń fẹ́ ìdàgbàsókè fún àwùjọ wa. Àkọ́kọ́ ni pé àwọn kan tí ń wá tipẹ́tipẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀, wọ́n wà fún ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tí wọ́n lè ṣe tó lè ràn wá lọ́wọ́ ni pé tí wọ́n bá wá, tá a bá rí àwọn èèyàn tó wá sí agbègbè wa fún ìdàgbàsókè, kí wọ́n pe àpéjọpọ̀, kí wọ́n ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún àwọn èèyàn. Lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n bá ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tán, kí wọ́n ṣe ìrónilágbára fún àwa àgbẹ̀ orí oko. Torí pé à ń gbọ́ wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ìjọba ń ṣe ìrónilágbára. Ṣùgbọ́n ìrónilágbára tí wọ́n ń ṣe àwọn àgbẹ̀ tá wà lórí oko kò dọ́dọ̀ wa. Àwọn àgbẹ̀ oníwèé, àwọn ni wọ́n ń gbà á. Àwa ń ṣe wàhálà. A fowó dáko, a gbà àwọn alágbàṣe. Owó rẹpẹtẹ là ń ná tá a fi ṣiṣẹ́ oko yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbẹ̀yìn tá a bá parí àwọn oko wa tá a dá, tá a bá sí àwọn owó wa tá a fáwọn alágbàṣe tí wọ́n bá wa fi ṣiṣẹ́ àjèrè ń bẹ̀. Lẹ́yìn náà ìdojúkọ tá a tún ní ni pé àwọn àgbẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí kò wú àwọn ọ̀dọ́ lórí. Wọn ò ṣe é torí pé wọn ò bá ìdùnnú pàdé ń bẹ̀. Àwọn tá a wà bẹ́ẹ̀ tá a ṣe náà wọn ò fún wa ní ìwúrí. Àkọ́kọ́ tá a bá dáko, àwọn ẹranko àwọn màálù wọ́n lọ dà wá láàmú. Nǹkan oko tá a ṣe wàhálà, tá a yáwó, tá a gbowó, tá a fi ṣiṣẹ́. Tá a bá máa débẹ̀ ká kéré oko, wọn ò ti jẹ́ láì ní nǹkan kan tá a lè ṣe fún wọn. Tá a bá sọ pé bákan ni, a kò jẹ̀bi bọ ọbẹ̀. Ìjọba ọjọ́ kí wọ́n ràn wá lọ́wọ́ lórí eléyìí. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì, àwọn àgbẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ tá a ní wọn ò ṣiṣẹ́ yìí, kò sí ìwúrí ń bẹ̀ fún wọn, kò wú wọn. Torí pé àwa tá a ṣiṣẹ́ yìí, tá a bá fowó púpọ̀ tá a fi dáko, tá a bá ta ọjà wa tó yẹ ká jèrè ń bẹ̀, àrèrè púpọ̀. Ìtí ọjà rèrè púpọ̀ ni pé àsìkò tí ọjà wa bá jáde sí, a ní ilé ìfipamọ́ tá a lè fi àwọn nǹkan ọ̀gbìn wa pamọ́ sí tí òfin ní bàjẹ́. So àìní nǹkan tá a lè gbé nǹkan ọ̀gbìn wa pamọ́ sí yìí fìyà jẹ àwọn àgbẹ̀. Tí àgbàdo bá jáde, tí tẹnìkan jáde níbi, tẹnìkan jáde, ìgbà kan náà ní gbogbo jáde sí tá a bá kó lọ́jà. Tó bá jẹ́ pé tí a rí ibi tá a lè fi pamọ́ sí, tẹnìkan bá ta tiẹ̀ lónìí, tó bá di lọ́la ẹnìkan ta tiẹ̀. Àmọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sí, tá a bá tà lásìkò tí gbogbo ẹ̀ jáde pọ̀, yóò padà lù ìjọba jẹ́ mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. A ní ilé ìfipamọ́ fún nǹkan àgbẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta ń bẹ̀, kí wọ́n jọ, kí wọ́n bá wa ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́. Kí wọ́n ràn wá lọ́wọ́ láti lè bá wa ṣe ìrànlọ́wọ́ fún wọn tí àgbẹ̀ ò fi wù wọ́n. Sáà mọ̀ pé tí ò bá sí àgbẹ̀ kò sí ìlú o. Kò sí ìlú o. Àgbẹ̀ ló ń pèsè tí à ń jẹ o. Ṣùgbọ́n àrí ìrànlọ́wọ́ lọ́dọ̀ àwọn tí wọ́n lè ṣe. Ìrànlọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n kọ̀ dọ́dọ̀ wa kí wọ́n jọ tó tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ràn wá lọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n bá wá fágbègbè wa kí n padà síbi tá a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Kí wọ́n pe gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ́ àbí kí wọ́n bá wa pe ìlú tí wọ́n bá pè wọ́n jọ kí wọ́n bá wa ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kí wọ́n bá wa dùn wọ́n nínú pé àyípadà ó dé bá ètò ọrọ̀ àgbẹ̀. Tí wọ́n bá rí ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó péye tí wọ́n sì rí ìrànlọ́wọ́ tó péye á rí nínú àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n tún darapọ̀ mọ́ iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn èèyàn pọ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ pọ̀ tíṣẹ́ yìí wù wọ́n. Àmọ́ ọrọ̀ ajé tí wọ́n rí dàbí ká sọ pé ohun èròjà tí wọ́n rí dàbí ìdojúkọ tí wọ́n rí bẹ́ẹ̀ kò jẹ́ kí wọ́n bọ́ síbi iṣẹ́ láti ṣe. Ìrànlọ́wọ́ tèmi rò pé ó ṣeé ṣe lórí ẹ̀ nìyẹn kí wọ́n jọ kí wọ́n ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Agbègbè tí wọ́n bá ti wá dẹ́sẹ́rì àwọn kan máa ń wá ńgbà kan tí wọ́n sọ fún wa pé àwọn fẹ́ ṣèrànlọ́wọ́. Tí wọ́n bá ti wá wọ́n gbó kan wọ́n lè gba fọ́tò wọ́n lè gba nǹkan ní ìkàlẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá ti gbà àárí àpadàbọ̀ rẹ̀. Àárí àpadàbọ̀ rẹ̀. Wọ́n láwọn òfin wa ní pọ̀dọ́dọ̀ nǹkan kan tó kò jẹ́ kó jẹ́ ìwúrí fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́. Àwọn àgbẹ̀ oníbáírò àwọn ni wọ́n kéré wa. Àwọn ni wọ́n kéré wa. Tó ìkan tí ń dà wọ́n lábímù ẹlòmíì ní ìsìn báyìí. Tí wọ́n bá wá tẹ́ ní àwọn fẹ́ ìkójọpọ̀ fún àwọn àgbẹ̀. Àárí ẹlòmíì tí wọn ò ní dáhùn. Wọ́n sọ fún wa wá tá à ń jókòó ìwọ̀n yàn kí wọ́n gbà bọ̀dọ̀ oníranù ni wọ́n. Wọ́n ti ń wá tipẹ́tipẹ́ kí ló ń dín ní èso rẹ tó so fún wọn. Àwa tá à ń jókòó tá à ń ṣe lọ́kọ̀ọ̀kan yìí. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí ọ̀dà ni wọ́n ń sọ. Ṣùgbọ́n a nírètí pé tí ọba sí àgbẹ̀ kò sí ìlú kò jẹ́ káwọ́ lè kú ọ̀bẹ. A sì ń fọkàn ká ṣe pé yóò da. So ohun tí mo rí lórí àyẹ̀wò ẹ̀ka.
Okay. So for our online participants that you don't understand what our farmer is saying, the first thing she said was no farmer, no nation. They are just doing farming because of the passion. And she talked about empowerment, that government agency, NGOs should come to the community to train and empower them on how to do their farming activities much more better. Not just them coming to collect their information, their data, and they will not come back again. So she talked about Fulani herdsmen. She said Fulani will come to their farm after they've done land preparation, they've planted elder. So okay, the elders will come to their farmland to destroy their crops, and she also mentioned storage facilities even after harvesting. So to store their goods is so difficult for them. So which might lead to spoilage and loss of investment in the crop. She's talked about training young people in their communities. There are a lot of young people in their communities. They have the strength, they have the intellect, but they lack training on how to do agriculture much more better. So I think that's the summary of what she said. Thank you.
Can we please appreciate the rural community representative? Thank you so much, ma, for that wonderful presentation or contribution. All right, so final question will be for and also another representative from the rural community who will be speaking is the chairman of the Farmers Association, Mr. Ali Jibril. All right, so the question is, what is the one thing your community, what is the one thing your community could do for itself if it had the right support? And what would that support look like? What is the one thing you could do for yourself if you have the right support? And what would the support look like?
Okay, so ìbéèrè tó ń béèrè ni pé kí ni ìkẹyọ̀ kan tí ẹ lè ṣe fún agbègbè yín fúnra yín tẹ́ bá rí àtìlẹ́yìn tó péye, and kí ni ìkẹyọ̀ kan kí ni àtìlẹ́yìn yẹn máa jẹ́? Ṣe gbọ́ question. Okay, wọ́n ní pé ní agbègbè yín kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ lè ṣe fúnra yín tẹ bá rí àtìlẹ́yìn tó yanrantí tó dájú àti pé kí ni àtìlẹ́yìn náà báwo ló ṣe rí.
Ẹ káàsán, mo kí gbogbo ilé, mo kí ẹ̀yin bàbá mi, mo kí ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, mo sì kí ẹ̀yin bírọ́dà mi àti àǹtí mi. Àdúrà gbogbo wa ni yóò gbà, Ọlọ́run ní fi wálẹ̀, Ọlọ́run sì bá a ṣe ń fẹ́ fún wa. Orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà wa yìí, Ọlọ́run bá láàánú ló bá wa sí dáadáa, ló bá wa ṣe bá a ṣe fẹ́. Ní ṣókí tí a bá rí àtìlẹ́yìn ní oko, ní orí oko. Number one, àwọn ẹ́jẹ̀ǹtì developer a lè dáko kalẹ̀ kí wọ́n pé wọ́n ti talẹ̀ fáwọn. Pírọ́blẹ́mù kan nìyẹn kó wa lórí oko. Àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe ẹ́stéètì lẹ́sìn. Á bẹ́ẹ̀ á dẹ̀ yàwó ní ká tó gba oko. Now, téèyàn bá gba ọmọ ní ìsìn pé wọ́n bá wa sanko láwọn ọmọ Haúsá lọ́dún tẹ́lẹ̀ pàjáde ni wọ́n ń gbà. Ní ìsìn 1.5 million naira lọ́mọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni 1.5 million naira lọ́mọ kan. Tó bá dé ní February sí December 20 yóò parí iṣẹ́ rẹ̀. Ok, nígbà tá a bá wá gba ọmọ mẹ́rin, àwa láàmọ̀ jẹun, láàmọ̀ ọmọ tí wọ́n jẹ, àwa láàmọ̀ ilé tí wọ́n lò. Iye àdá tí wọ́n bá lò tọ́dún bá fi yípo àwa lára fáìlì, àwa ládẹ̀ra kẹ́míkà tá a fi mọ produce nǹkan wa ní orí oko. Ẹ wá bá wa sí owó yìí. Ká wá dáko, gúrúùpù ní wá bá a ṣe wáyé, àdáko lọ́dún yìí. Adáko ní last year, àwọn màálù jẹ́ ẹ̀ẹ̀mejì abẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta la mú màálù ta kó wọn lọ sí police station. At the end of the day, a gba owó náà dáradára. Àwọn ọlọ́pàá ló tún máa gba 10% lórí owó tá a bá gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn. Tá a bá dẹ́rì màálù mọ́, àálù sí i ò nìyẹn. Kí la máa fi gbèsè kan gbèsè sí? Ẹ má wulẹ̀ jẹ́ dára wa láàmú. Ẹ jẹ́ kó kálukú dáko tiẹ̀, kó fèsì ẹ̀, kó má jẹ́ pé kó gúrúùpù láti máa lọ rí san gbèsè lé lórí lọ́dún tí ó jà dáko lọ́dún yìí nìyẹn. Now, tá a bá wá rí ìrànlọ́wọ́ látara ọ̀dọ̀ ìjọba, kò síjọba kankan tó dé tí ò ní sí tiẹ̀ o. Ká má sẹ́lọ̀, kò síjọba kankan tó dé tí ò ní sí tiẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n wẹ́n tí ó dì sí ìṣòro tó orílẹ̀-èdè wa ní. Tí ẹ bá ní ẹ lọ fáwọn èèyàn ní nǹkan, kódà kan ní ẹ fa afọ́jú, ìjọba ó ṣe. Ṣùgbọ́n wẹ́n tí ó dì sí tí ó fi dọ́dọ̀ afọ́jú tí wọ́n fún yẹn lójọ́ pọ̀blẹ̀mù wa nìyẹn. Tọ́, tí a bá wá rí ìrànlọ́wọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ ìjọba pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe é, àwa náà lọ́mọ, especially èmi tí mo jókòó ìlọ́mọ tí ń bẹ pólì ní ìsìn, ó ti dé níjẹta. Orí oko ló bá mi, orí oko mo bí sí, orí oko ló ti gbà lọ níbi ò tiẹ̀ lọ. Now, báwo ni ó ṣe sọ pé sí àgbẹ̀ òwú òun nítorí ó dà yọ́yà máa dáko mọ́ ni. Torí téèyàn bá ti ní sí oko tí ò máa ra dáko bó ṣẹ̀gbẹ́ ilé rẹ̀, gbogbo owó tó bá ń rí lóṣù oúnjẹ ni ó fi jẹ. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá léṣu, tó bá lẹ́gẹ̀ẹ́, tó bá ní kókò, tó léwédú, owó kékeré ni ó múnú sálárì rẹ̀ tí ó fi ra nǹkan jẹ. Ṣùgbọ́n tó jẹ́ pé yóò ra aṣu, yóò ra kókò, yóò rẹ̀gẹ̀, yóò rí epo pupa, gbogbo nǹkan tí ó dì nínú ilé nígbà tó ná ọba àfikún náà tọ́ máa tọ́ iṣẹ́ apá tiẹ̀ náà ti fẹ́ sù torí yóò ti fẹ́ rí táyà lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ ìjọba. Àwa tá a sì bẹ lóko ni tí ìbá ṣe pé wọ́n ṣàánú wa, a lè bí ẹ́ sẹ́ńtà kí wọ́n tó pọn fún wa nítọ́jú. Àwọn lè fún wa. Bàbá débẹ̀, ẹ̀wọ̀n kẹsẹ̀ lówó lọ, wọ́n lọ fọ́ tẹ̀ lápò wẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá ti rí kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ lára rẹ̀, wọ́n tẹ́lẹ̀ ni wọ́n mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Sẹ́mọ̀, ìjọba kò ní wá sórí oko wa máa tọ́jú ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ẹ tí wọ́n ràn án sáwọn tí ń bẹ̀ àwa ni ká bẹ̀, àwọn ni ká rọ̀. Bíjọba ti lè fowó sórí nǹkan tó tí wọn bá mú lọ́dọ̀ àwọn tí wọ́n fún wọn pé kí wọ́n lọ rè fún wọn, kọ̀sọ̀gbọ́n tó fẹ́ dọ́dọ̀ wọn. Bàbá orí fóònù darí pé wọ́n tẹ́ǹdì owó kan, àti mítìn kan ní ansẹ̀, sẹ́kítírì mi nìyí. Nígbà tá a fẹ́ gbowó ní ansẹ̀ níbẹ̀ yẹn, àsìkò tá a fẹ́ gbowó sí ni kòkó lọlẹ̀, ẹ mẹ́wùlẹ̀ já dó gbèsè o, táàbì sanwó ló ti lọlẹ̀ yìí o. Ẹ̀yà já dó lórí ọwọ́ wa, ká máa yára wa nínú competitive wa tá à ń ṣe. Sẹ́mọ̀, kì í ṣe péjọba ò ṣe tiẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n kù sọ́wọ́ àwọn tí wọ́n ní wọ́n fún wa. Kọ́lọ́kọ́dá nǹkan ṣàánú wa. Ní ṣókí, n tá a lè ṣe ni pé ká kó àwọn ọ̀dọ́, ká kó wọn jọ, ká jí ó yé wọn pé gbogbo ọ̀nà tá a rí ká gbà ká má yọ sí àgbẹ̀ sọnù. Àwọn bàbá wa tí wọ́n kọ́ cocoa house, tí wọ́n kọ́ UCH, iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n fi rówó tí wọ́n fi kọ́ nìyẹn o. wọ́n produce epo bọ̀, epo tí ì jáde tán kòkó ní àtàtì ọdún lórí gbogbo àwọn nǹkan yìí ṣe. Ká rí i pé àwọn ọ̀dọ́ náà fà wọ́n lójúmọ́ra látara àgbẹ̀. Bọ́mọ jáde yunifásitì kò kó ṣe dáko. Dídó owó ṣe dá tiẹ̀ ní ó yàtọ̀ pẹ̀lú tí ń fàdá sí. Bàbá wa Olúbàdàn tòní kábíyèsí o, kọ́lọ́jọ́ wọn pẹ́ ń bẹ̀. Bàbá lóko Ládọjà, bàbá ní oko. Kódà ẹ̀gbọ́n tèmi tọ́jú ọmọ bàbá tèmi ṣiṣẹ́ ní fáàmù wọn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, sẹ́mọ̀ tí wọ́n bá wáyé pé torí pé àwọn ti lówó, àwọn ti já mọ́ nǹkan, àwọn ti jẹ́ nǹkan, wọn ò dáko, àní máa ríru wọn fi sọ̀rọ̀ pé iṣẹ́ oko ìṣiṣẹ́ tá a lè fọwọ́ yẹpẹrẹ tá a lè fi mú kọ́lọ́kọ́dá kòkó ràn gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́. Irú ìrànlọ́wọ́ tá a fẹ́ náà ni pé kíjọba ó rìnà rí àwa tá à ń bẹ lóko, kí wọ́n má rán àwọn tí wọn ò ní dọ́dọ̀ wá sí wa. Kí wọ́n má rán àwọn tí wọn ò mọ ìjìyà tí àgbẹ̀ tí ń bẹ lórí oko ń jẹ. Irú sísá Deborah ní ìsìn kò lè mọ́ wá sọ́dọ̀ wa. Monitoring ni wọ́n lórí oko ọ̀dọ̀ wa lọ́nà àrà. Wọn lè mọ́ wà. Àwọn yìí wọn dágbẹ́ mọ̀ yàtọ̀ sápẹ́ àgbẹ̀ tí a fún lówó tí wọ́n lọ ìrọ̀ ọ̀kadà jọ tí wọ́n á gbé fún wọn sọ̀dímẹ́ǹtì. Nígbà bá ti sẹ́ndì 20 million, 30 million, 30 sẹ́ndì àgbẹ̀ ní ẹ̀ náà fún wọn dẹ̀ lọ kọ́ ọ̀kadà jọ, wọ́n mọ̀ gbé sọ̀dímẹ́ǹtì. Ebi ti dáwó padà ni. Major problem tá a nílé yẹn kì í ṣe pé kí ìjọba ò mọ̀ ṣe nǹkan sórí orí àgbẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n tí wọ́n fún bò ní oṣù dọ́dọ̀ àgbẹ̀ tí ń bẹ lórí oko. Ní ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn. Wọ́n mọ ìjìyà tá à ń jẹ lórí bára kẹ́míkà. Kẹ́míkà ò dínwó. Kẹ́míkà kankan ò dínwó. Ń lówó sí ni. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ta báàgì àgbàdo ní 7,000. Ẹ̀wù kan ẹ̀wù táàbì produce àgbàdo. Kọ́lọ́ dá nǹkan sàánú wa. Tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ràn wá lọ́wọ́, orí oko ni wọ́n wá. Orí oko ni kí wọ́n wá. Tí wọ́n bá fowó sí local government, àwọn alágbára local government kọ̀ọ̀kan ti dára wọn mọ̀, wọ́n ti mọ bí wọ́n ó ṣe pín. Wọ́n ti mọ bí wọ́n ó ṣe pín. Kọ́lọ́ wọn dáhùn kọ́ mọ̀ pé tí a yà kó ti jẹ́ nìyẹn.
Okay, so for our online participants, so one of the key things that the farmer said is the government should ensure that every incentive that is being channeled to the farmers should reach the real farmers. Should reach the real farmers, and he made emphasis on youth development, that the youth in their communities should be trained. They should see the business side of agriculture, not the old and cutlass mindset. So thank you.
All right, please, can we appreciate the panelists? It has been a great time getting their contributions, their insights on this topic. Thank you so much, Saz and Ma. And so to round up this session, we just have one question that we would just, because of our time, we would have actually received their contributions from all the panelists. But because of our time, we will just have one or two of them just make a sentence, in one sentence, because we are building a communique here from this forum. And the goal is to build that communique such that it's going to become like a working document, right? When it comes to rural development. And so, in one sentence, what is the one priority you want to see in the communique? What is the one priority you want to see in the communique? And I would want first of all the General Manager of your State Community and Social Development Agency, Mr. Salahu Jelidi, to make his contribution on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The major thing is that all the three tiers of government, be it federal, state, or local government, should try as much as possible to adopt national community-driven development policy, because that's the policy that is participatory, that is cost-effective, and that is sustainable, which will care for the well-being of the entire citizens, especially the rural community. Thank you.
Can we please appreciate the General Manager of your State Community and Social Development Agency for that great contribution? Thank you so much.
policy across the 3 tiers of government. All right, so we'll also get a representative from the government who would also speak, and that would be the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, ably represented by the Director of Rural Development in Oyo State. Thank you, sir.
House, please just permit me to say this in Yoruba because of our people that talk in Yoruba, and the program is even meant for them. Though the one notion when we are talking of Iberico, that's number one. Now, sọ̀rọ̀ lórí màmá wa àwọn tẹ́ sọ bó ṣe rí nìyẹn bẹ̀ táwọn kan náà bẹ tó yẹ pé Yorùbá ní pé tá a bá bẹ́ràn wí á bẹ́ràn wí. Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa wípé àti uncle mi tó sọ̀rọ̀ bí displacement or getting the Yorùbá ní mo fẹ́ sọ àwọn tí wọ́n rán láti wá fi ràn yín lọ́wọ́ tó yẹ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ́wọ́ tó ń dé sí àwa tá a jára ìlú gẹ́gẹ́ ká lọ ṣiṣẹ́. I'll just make 2 instances. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa gan àrànra wọn lọ́wọ́. Ọ̀gá mi lójú kò mí dá wọ́n sí time tẹ pín ọ̀pẹ tẹ pín tí wọ́n pín kòkó. Wọ́n pín iṣẹ́ fún wọn. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tún pé kí wọ́n mú wá tí wọ́n bá wọn dẹlẹ̀. Àbí ẹ̀kọ́ ni àwọn kòkó yẹn bàjẹ́ síbẹ̀. Àgbẹ̀ ni wọ́n tí wọ́n take your data wọn. Ẹlòmíín gbà ó lọ́ta. Yes, last year mo wà informed náà tó pín seed, input seed. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ àwọn pín rice? Wọ́n pín èso ẹ̀fọ́. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn ẹlòmíín lọ fọ̀ wọ́n lọ ta láìsí yẹn lọ́jà? So tàbí náà wọ́n lè pé ìsọ́ gbogbo wa pátápátá lájọ lẹ́bi òbẹ̀tì Yorùbá leaders náà ni ó take lead. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà wò sá. Now, ṣe rí little ni àwọn tí ìjọba bá ju àgbà àwọn tẹ́ bá rí yẹn láàrin ara wa tá à ń jọ ń ṣe. Ẹ má jẹ́ àjọ pé bóyá nígbà tí bó bá ń bọ̀ àbí kíní kan bá ń lòdì kan láàmú jẹ́ kí abéèrè tó bá yẹ tí wọ́n náà ohun tí ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ nínú iṣẹ́ wa ni ká mọ̀ wá lóṣù tá a jẹ́ tí ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀sẹ̀ kan náà. So ẹ ṣe.
Please let's appreciate the Honorable Commissioner. Thank you so much. So we will be having the last contribution from a representative of the youth wing, the person of Mr. DBC Michael, the founder of Sustainable Peace and Leadership Initiative. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. My recommendation would just be that, you see, only Yorùbá will say àtilé láti ń kó ẹ̀ṣọ́ ròde. Ìgbà tí àwọn bàbá wa ń sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n láwọn ọlọ́mọ tó wà ní polytechnic tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ fẹ́ parí. Ipe tó bá tiẹ̀ máa ṣiṣẹ́ mi, iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ side hustle fún in his own way of saying it. You see, it is not bad if we are going to be having ambassadors from these agricultural institutions that are fully funded. If you hear fully funded scholarship abroad and not, see, it is just a modified slavery. The reason why we have Asian tigers, if you understand, for history students, you understand what I mean by Asian tigers are people that were once colonized, but in the Asian part and developed themselves, and that development is sustainable. They didn't take education for granted. Now, if we now say that we have agricultural students, it simply means that some of them, about 100 of them, don't be surprised that 10 of them will be highly interested in agriculture. The HOD can make recommendations, the student association can make recommendations and say that, you see, these 2 people interested in agriculture, fund them, take them to the community. They will be interested because it is their passion. And the result of that will be very, very resourceful. Thank you. That is my recommendation.
Thank you. So can we please appreciate Mr. DBC Michael Olatide? Thank you so much for that great contribution. My attention has been drawn to this, and we would want to have the rural committee representative with the female, Mrs. Kudirat, to just, she has a statement to make as an addition to this discussion. Thank you so much.
Alájà tẹ́ bá tún bá wa ṣe yẹn á ti lo ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àkókò gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹ̀dẹ̀ sọ náà wọ́n ti gbọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n lérè ẹ̀ṣọ́ ìmọ̀.
Ẹ má bínú ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá mi sọ ni mo fẹ́ fèsì lé lórí. Ṣé rí àwọn àgbẹ̀ tẹ́ sọ pé ẹ wà ní ara àwọn tí wọ́n pín tí wọ́n wá gba kókó yẹn, wọn kì í ṣe àgbẹ̀ orí oko. Bàbá mi wọn kì í ṣe àgbẹ̀ orí oko. Kò lè jẹ́ àgbẹ̀ orí oko tí wọ́n fún ní kòkó tó wá gbin kòkó tó máa ń fàní tí ó rí lórí kòkó tí ó máa jẹ títí láéláé kó máa lọ tà á. Bàbá mi ẹni tí wọ́n wá fún ní rice tí wọ́n ní kó lọ gbìn sórí oko kó lè bá àjàǹfààní fún pẹ̀lú àwọn ẹbí pẹ̀lú ìlú nígbà tó bá gbìn tó jáde tó tà á lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ kò lè jẹ́ ẹni tó jáde orí oko kó wá lọ fọ rice yẹn kó lọ tà á. Wọn kì í ṣàgbẹ̀ orí oko. Bàbá mi tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ fún àgbẹ̀ orí oko ní nǹkan kí wọ́n wá sí oko lórí oko ni wọ́n ti wá fún ẹni tí ń gbin nǹkan ní nǹkan.
Our emphasis now is that interventions, donors and all of that. Whoever is interested in supporting the rural farmers should ensure that they are on the field, on the side, in the community, so that the money, the support, we get to the rightful users, not just on the paper or, like she said, so money will not miss road. Please, can we applaud all our panelists? It's been an amazing time, and we do not take this moment, your patience and contributions for granted. So now we have a draft of the communique. Alaja, Dadiwa, Chego Mukata Soyi, Anticonsile, our fair car, Kibobo Wagbo, Kawafi, or almost Pia, to Tolaso, àwa lè fún àwọn ìjọba àtàwọn yòókù tó bá ṣe kókó pé o. Okay, all right, so because of our time, we will just take 2 comments from the adult, please, even if it is just one person. All right, so honestly speaking, please, I want it so we not go into the street. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. So I think in session, so my comment is just that one of those things one of the speakers, I mean the minister representative made mention, the commissioner made mention was about mentioning some certain communities that were beneficiaries of some of these things. But there should be a data like it should be very explicit to know these are the affected communities. It's not just be like a paper. That's what is bringing about the argument that these people are not affected. It's not getting to the right source. So to make it get to the right source, there should be like a monitoring and evaluation to prove it.
Thank you. In the recent, I've been part of the monitoring committee. We call them order paper. We used to every year they will tell you XYZ project at so place. They will give us money to go there. And I'm an independent person. I've done that in Ondo. I've done that in Oyo State. Most times we raise the alarm. So we didn't do this, and we've seen them come out. Sometimes I've been on ground to see projects like that. So, but however, it is on government side to ensure that you make your noise. Okay. We are here, so that, Thank you so much. The communique, we read it now. We, the participants of the Rural Development Forum, held under the theme Building Africa's Rural Future Beyond the Sustainable Development Goals, comprising representatives of government, non-governmental and civil society organizations, academia, development practitioners, young people, and rural communities convened in person and virtually as a side event of the 17th Annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit, organized by the Center for Sustainable Development, University of Ibadan, in collaboration with the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN Nigeria, recalling that the Sustainable Development Goals conclude in 2030, and that the majority of Africa's poorest citizens will continue to live and work in rural communities, rural areas well beyond that horizon. Acknowledging that despite decades of rural development projects across the continent, many rural communities remain poor, food insecure, underserved, and excluded from the decisions that shape their futures. Recognizing that project-based development, however well executed, has too often produce fragmented interventions, donor dependency, weak institutional ownership, duplicated investments, and short-lived impacts. Recognizing that, okay, so convinced that the framework that succeeds sustainable development goals will be judged above all by what it delivers for rural people, and that rural Africa must be an author of that framework, not merely its subject. Hereby declare the following priorities for rural Africa in the post-2030 development agenda. Please, as I'm reading this, there is a QR code on the paper. We can scan and endorse. Thank you for virtual participants, for others who are here too. And if you need the paper signature, my team members are working around, beckon on any one of them, then sign on the paper so it will make our work fast. Declarations of priorities. From projects to systems, rural development must move beyond isolated time-bound projects toward integrated rural development systems that connect agricultural health, education, water, market, governance, and climate resilience, and that endure beyond any single funding circle or administration. That's the sustainability. Community agency. Rural communities must be recognized and resourced as architects of their own development, with community leadership, ownership, and accountability built into the design, implementation, and evaluation of every intervention. 3, financing that reaches grassroots. Development financing must be restructured so that resources genuinely reach rural actors, including community-based organizations, cooperatives, women, and young innovators through simplified access, patient capital, and locally administered funds. 4, women and young people at the center. The full participation and leadership of rural women and young people must be treated as a precondition for rural transformation, backed by deliberate investment in their enterprises, education, land rights, and representation in decision-making. Number 5, indigenous and contextual knowledge. African indigenous knowledge and contextual realities must inform rural policy and practice, valued alongside scientific research rather than displaced by imported models. Number 6, evidence and data. Rural development decisions must be grounded in credible, locally generated evidence with sustained investment in rural research, data system, and translation of findings into policy and practice. Institutions and partnership. Durable rural transformation requires strong local institutions and genuine multi-stakeholder partnerships across government, civil society, academia, the private sector, and communities with clear accountability to rural people. Rural voice in the post-2030. African governments, regional bodies, and development partners must create formal channels through which rural communities and rural-focused organizations contribute to the negotiation and design of the post-2030 development framework. Then the call to action. We call on African governments to embed integrated rural development system in national and sub-national planning and budgeting, on development partners and funders to align financing with community priorities and long-term system change, on governmental and civil society organizations to move from parallel projects to coordinated community-owned programs, on academia to generate and share evidence that serve rural communities, and on the private sector to invest in rural economies as engines of inclusive growth. Commitment. The participants' commitment to advancing the priorities of this communique within their institutions and network. The communique is adopted in principle at the forum. Priorities arising from the panel discussion, the interactive dialogue, and written contributions submitted by participants will be incorporated in the published version, which the conveners commit to releasing within 3 weeks of the forum. The Conveners Rural National Initiative and the African Rural Development Network further commit to disseminating this communique to policymakers and stakeholders, to producing a policy brief of the forum's key messages, and to sustaining this dialogue as a recurring platform feeding into Rural African Development Conference, SADC, to be adopted as Ibadan, Nigeria, on Thursday, 20th August 2026 by participants of the Rural Development Forum. Please, we want you to endorse this communique that I just read. It's, brings together the discussion, say, and more. Yes, sir. Anything?
Well, I don't know if those points raised.
Yes, sir.
As suggested by my doctor here, that funded another ambassador is still one part of our move to the rural development.
I didn't hear that, sir. Ma?
Let's talk about it.
Yes.
Funded another ambassador. Okay.
Funded what?
Okay.
It will be all right, sir. All right. So now the idea is that we are, into yes, exactly. So for the final draft, we will make it available to everyone of June, and it will be disseminated across. Thank you so much. Please, one last thing. We want to have a group photograph, please. Dr. Joseph.
Why do you have your photo I can announce? Please, can we appreciate these panelists, please? Appreciate them, please. It's a very panelist. You have academics, you have farmers, policy makers in here. You are not clapping. Thank you for clapping. Right now, we are going to the technical session. I want to know if you submitted a paper you are supposed to present this, raise your hand. I want to give numbers. I just want to know, have an idea of how many people are left. Okay, thank you for raising your hand. The next question is that, do you know where your session is holding? You know? So you will go there immediately. You have 1 hour. When you finish, I will come round to check. When we finish, we come back here. We close, then we take lunch and go. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Go to your rooms now. Go to your different rooms. Somebody will be there to moderate the session. Thank you so much. All right. And for participants, don't rush. For our participants, there's still going to be photo, picture session, photo gallery. Thank you.
Don't worry. Okay.
So I think the question from Karen, I'm not sure the
You look for it.
see that definitely existed for important issues that every when and first a small platform taking position and